So we're not pointing all the fingers at the Democratic Party, but in the end, if we're going to tell a story, let's tell a story to the American people and give them a clear depiction of what's transpiring before our very eyes. And when I see a flagrant intent not to do that, just because you want to get at Trump, listen, I don't hesitate to criticize the president when I feel he deserves it. Donald Trump, as far as I'm concerned, has had a few occasions where he deserves criticism. But on this particular situation, he's done more than we've seen any Democrat in office try to do when it comes to Russia. And I just don't get it. So I said so, and I don't regret it.
This is just the greatest proof yet that Zohran Mamdani, as played out as the term might be, is a champagne socialist. He calls for defunding the police while having 20 armed security guards at his wedding. He wants to abolish private property despite his parents having this luxury estate in Uganda. And he's also said that he won't travel to Israel for human rights concern, and has openly protested North Carolina's bathroom bill while having this wedding in a country that has one of the worst human rights records for LGBTQ people in the entire world.
She believes in equality, unless you bring up the military draft. Accountability is her kryptonite. Therapists call her a walking gold mine. She thinks sleeping with dozens of men empowers her, and even the men she sleeps with agree. She shouts her abortions, and let's just say she shouts a lot. She's a happiness coach, even though she's miserable. She was taught there's over 70 genders in college, and it costs tens of thousands of dollars to learn. She self-diagnoses and likes telling everyone about it. She hates when men objectify women's bodies, but for $4.99 a month, you can objectify hers. She calls herself a boss-ass bitch. Others just call her a bossy bitch. She has a lot of cats, but not nearly as many as she will have. She has a dad, but she doesn't really talk to him. He doesn't think we live in World War II Germany. No, she thinks we live in an even worse time and place. She nags to go on podcasts to debate, and then sues them when she loses. Her OnlyFans is worth less than a McDonald's breakfast. She likes black men until they display misogyny. Then she calls the cops, who are all bastards, by the way. She is the most feminist woman in the world.
That's funny. And there was actually, I remember there is a woman who sued that whatever podcast because they were mad that they didn't that they didn't like try to screw him over somehow. I'm trying to fix my screen here. Hold on 1 second. My camera got jacked up. There we go. Better. Right? There we go. Better. All right. Woohoo. All right. Hey, how's it going, everybody? I apologize about last night. There was a minor issue that happened with my grandson again. Didn't want to go to sleep. And then I had my show all set up to go. And then Joe called me and said, hey, do you want to stream tonight? And I said, sure, Joe, I'll stream with you. And so then we were going through everything, trying to get the show set up. And my grandson started screaming. And I'm like, let me take care of this, Joe, so I can get on. And then I couldn't make it. So let's just say North Carolina has approved medical license for non-citizens without proper medical programming procedure test. Well, you know, that goes to figure. That really does. That just goes to show you. So let me go through here and say, hey, hi, how you doing? How you doing? Mother of Papillon, Karen Tyler, for Doxy Mom, Just Dawn, The Soulless Ginger, Catherine K, Gilly, Claude Louis, hello, Lynn, GMB, Steve Hilliard, No Jabski, Flexed, Fled X, and Daniel Gygax, and Ink. How's everybody doing tonight? We got a big show. Very big show tonight. See how far we get in this show. Hey, life is different. How y'all doing? So, as usual, there is a goal. I hate calling it a goal because it sounds weird, but anyway, it's going to be like a 2-hour show, maybe a little bit longer than 2 hours. We'll see what happens. Unless we start getting some donations and people want to go longer. If that happens, if we get to $50, we'll go an extra hour. For every $50, we will go another hour. And once we hit the first $50, we will activate Bella Vision, which is the camera I purchased to show Bella. And I will give you a sneak peek for those. See? That's it. That's how you get to see. She's sleeping. Leave her alone. And we got none of your business. How you doing? Rebel Rose. Hello. JD, what's up? Let's get all the way back here and start in the first story of the day. Now, this is a story I saw, and I didn't remember hearing too much about it, but then I was like, man, I got to talk about this because it interests me. So, ex-Space Force Sergeant Orest Shore sentenced to 54 years of prison for fatally shooting a suspected teen car thief. Now, I don't like the way suspected teen car thief. I mean, I guess maybe that's right, but to me that makes it seem like. Now, wouldn't it be a teen suspected car thief or suspected car thief that was a teen? Because are they only suspecting that it's a teen or are they suspecting that it's a car thief? I mean, this stuff confuses me. It really does. That's terrible. They better be careful up there because, from what I understand, Secret Service and lightly pitched roofs don't get along well. They could be dangerous. Yes, that's the Bella for Bella Vision. So. It's a sad story all around. If you don't want to get shot for trying to steal someone's car, there's one easy trick to avoid it. Yes, that is true. That's one person, Christina Puchow's point of view. But then we have we're going to have some other people's points of views here in a minute. And then we have this Unlimited L's comes in and says, Space Force cadet sentenced to 54 years for killing a 14-year-old and injuring a 13-year-old suspected car thief. Now, he calls it a Space Force cadet. That other story says Space Force sergeant. There's kind of a big deal between a sergeant and a cadet, in my opinion. I mean, just, from just this layman guy who doesn't know anything about the Space Force. Just saying. It says Orest Shore of 29 apologized in an Aurora, Colorado courtroom. Oh, Aurora, Colorado. Go figure. It's basically California. It's basically just like mountain. Anyway, it's California is all it is now. It's for murdering Xavier Kirk in July 2023. Xavier was shot in the back and head while fleeing, and his 13-year-old friend was also shot in the back but survived. On July 5th, Scher was awakened by his car alarm at around 11 p.m. and saw his car being tampered with outside his home. He grabbed a pistol, got into his car, and chased the teens. Well, this is this is another part of this guy's explanation that doesn't understand. So he was able to get into the car that they were trying to break into, or was this a different car? It says, Sure fired 11 rounds into the rear of their vehicle and continued to shoot as they fled on foot. So he was shooting into the car that the kids were in, but then they ran on foot. Was it, what kind of car were they in? Was it a stolen car? Was it, I mean, it's just so many things. How is it? It's not making a lot of sense. It's not, we're going to read the story. It's not making a lot of sense to me. It's really not.
I can't express enough how much pain and grief that we're going to for 2 years to pass by and still having the absence of my nephew, and the memories that we have of him will be cherished forever.
You know, kids make mistakes. And so I always teach my kids and my family, like my nephews and nieces, about consequences and repercussions. We're not trying to excuse any wrongdoing that Xavier or Vaughn were involved in. The part that's messed up is that Orshure's car was never stolen.
Kids make mistakes, but adults are supposed to be the ones to guide us through it.
That night, my friend and I made a mistake. We took a car that didn't belong to us. I'm not proud of that, and I've had to live with the consequences of that choice. But no mistake, especially one that didn't involve any violence, should ever lead to someone being hunted down, shot, and killed. And no
Oh,
matter
hunted
what we did
down.
that
So they were
night,
hunted down
we
now.
didn't
Okay.
deserve to be shot, and Xavier did not deserve to die.
I am sorry for the events that occurred that night, for the pain, for the grief and trauma that have followed, and for the impact that my case had on so many lives.
All right. Now, in a normal world, the other kid that was in the car would have got charged with this thing called felony murder, because anytime you're in the commission of a felony and someone dies, you catch the felony murder. It's your fault. You catch it. And so they can say whatever they want, but they had a stolen car that they were driving in. So they had stolen a car. They were committing felonies. They were going around breaking into cars, stealing cars. It was an ongoing criminal crime. It was ongoing, continuous crime. So I don't know. I mean, I feel bad about a 12 or whatever, 13-year-old, 14-year-old, whatever kids get shot and stuff. But you know what they say? You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And, you know, I don't know. I mean, what would have happened if these kids that were 13, 14, or whatever, 12, 13, if they had carjacked him and killed him? Would they have gotten 54 years? What do you think? I'm betting they probably would have got probation if they went to jail at all. Just saying. And it's for $9.99. Thank you very much. That will go towards the goal for adding an hour, and also the goal of enacting television. Yeah, the guy did not do a very good job at teaching their kids. So, yeah. So the other kid admitted they stole the car and no charges. Yeah, you know, that's what I don't understand. We're gonna read more into this. We're gonna get more. We're gonna dig deeper, because that's what we do. We dig deep. We try to get to the truths. This is, and then of course, the girl that got fired from Timcast because she was a liberal idiot has to say that, has anyone actually read about this case? He fired 11 shots at fleeing miscreants. So now the number of shots you fire is the problem here. Forget about all the stupid statements, the age of the offenders, etc. At the end of the day, the law says that shooting people who are retreating does not qualify as self-defense. Shooting at fleeing felons is legal, I thought. I thought you could shoot at fleeing felons, or did they change that law? Is that maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's that Tennessee versus Gardner where they said you can't shoot at fleeing felons anymore? But, you know, in my world, in Jimistan, you would shoot at fleeing felons, because that's how you would keep them from being more felons, is when they're trying to run away from being a felon, you defelonize them. Skippy says, this is exactly why women have no place in political discourse. You are in what problem that enables this? A functional member of society has been sacrificed for worthless degenerates. By luck, you won't run into this trash. That's all you have. Yeah. In Jimistan, Maybe it should be called like Jim Manistan or something like that. Jim Manistan? Jim Telestan? I don't know. Because Jimistan seems a little odd. Yeah, here the kid would be charged, not the man trying to get his cover. I would honestly, if this was Florida and not Colorado, especially say Polk County, Florida, I got a feeling the guy wouldn't have been charged. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Now, I don't know about Broward County or up there by Jacksonville or something, one of the two counties that actually enforce red flag laws and that are run by Democrats. But all the rest of the counties that are run by normal people, I don't see the guy catching the charge. The Gymosphere? Yes. The Gymosphere is the only place you'll be safe from the solar flares, Steve. This man served several combat tours and had 14 service medals. He continued to serve his country in the Space Force. Remember that. His life has been destroyed due to unruly teenagers who threatened his property. Yeah, in most places that aren't left as shitholes, I would assume the kid would have been charged. I mean, that would have been almost 20 years ago, it wouldn't even have been a question. That kid would have been charged with felony murder. And the guy wouldn't have been charged. It would have been during commission of a felony and someone got killed. It's on them. You can only charge, I don't know. Just me. I don't know. I mean, unless there's more to the story. I don't know. Maybe he used racial slurs or something when he was chasing them. But he chased down the thieves and continued chasing them. Unfortunately, but his actions and lack of self-control put him there. So you're not allowed to chase down thieves. You're supposed to let them go. And this person says, absolutely not. He was trained to use a firearm. He, by the very nature of being a Space Force cadet, he's not a cadet. I don't know where these people keep on up with. If he served all these tours and he was a sergeant, he's held to a higher standard. No, everyone's held to the same standard. There's one standard, and it's the standard of what a reasonable person would do. There's no higher standard. They did not have a firearm. How did you know that? Maybe they did have. Maybe they dumped a gun. Maybe. They were running away. They were escaping. There's a difference between running away and escaping. 11 shots is not a warning. Well, maybe he wanted to make sure he warned him really, really well. Didn't Marcus Luttrell do the same thing when the kids killed his dog? Yeah, kinda. He deserves jail. My husband served our country for 20 years, and he absolutely agrees with me. Well, then why does he say that? It was a car. Boy deserves jail. He was killed. Our military has to be better. Shooting a suspect just running away didn't pose a physical danger to anyone. Is a weak and criminal. Well, your husband, if you have one, because I don't believe you, he could post on here and we could call him a fag. Oh, here's what this guy says. And if the kid had killed him during the carjack, he would have gotten probation. Yeah, well, I don't think Castle Doctrine has anything to do with it. I'm not saying what the guy did was legal at all. Believe me. I'm not saying it was legal. I'm just saying that people committing felonies getting shot used to be just part of the way it was understood that that's how life worked. When you start committing felonies, you might catch some lead. You might catch a couple of hot ones. Hey, Pat Hacker, how you doing? Yeah, I'm sure she's got a whole bunch of Jodies, and yeah, that's right. Why didn't he have a ray gun or a phaser? Yeah, he should have had one of them new weapons that they have for the Space Force, and then none of this would have happened. He could have set his phaser to stun only, and then hey Saxon, how you doing? Did I say thank you to already? I think I did. All right, so here's the story about a lovely lady. Ex-Space Force sergeant, so there's a difference between a sergeant, sergeant, and a cadet. A cadet is somebody who just signed up. Sergeant is somebody who's been in there quite a bit. Sentenced to 54 years in prison for fatally shooting suspected teen car thief. Well, he caught him in the act. A former U.S. Space Force sergeant fired multiple rounds at 2 suspected carjackers outside his home. See, now it just this says carjackers, not car thieves, carjackers. So it was a carjacking, not a car theft. That's a little different, isn't it? Carjacker is different than car thief. Completely different crimes. Carjacking is a physical violent crime that using force on a carjacker is actually justified. And I would argue that a carjacker trying to flee is a serious enough risk to the rest of the public that you should probably try to prevent them from fleeing because they could just go do it to someone else. Just saying. On a serious note, I don't know enough about the case to have an opinion. I don't either. I don't know nothing about the case. I just saw this and I was just running with it. Hey, oh, wait. So, missing African woman. I was going to do this story. Missing Texas woman found living in lost African tribe in Scotland. I thought this was hysterically funny. But I don't know. I couldn't. I don't know. It just seemed weird to me. It seemed really weird. Yeah. Killing 14-year-olds and has been sentenced to over a half a century in jail. Or rest sure. Well, look at his name. So he basically said, "Are you going to arrest them?" And he said, "Sure." He was previously in the Army. He transferred to Space Force. He was an E5. Okay, so he was a sergeant. Yep, he was emotional as he apologized for murdering the 14-year-old Xavier Kirk before he was sentenced to 54 years in prison for the 2023 fatal shooting. The Adams of Broomfield County's District Attorney's Office announced. Why was it 2 different counties? I'm sorry for the events that occurred that night, for the pain and the grief and the trauma. A tear for sure. So the courtroom. The deadly shooting also left a 13-year-old hospitalized. A technical sergeant with the U.S. Space Force, based in Aurora, was awakened by the car alarm outside his apartment at 11 p.m. Oh, he was an E6? Okay. Well, then that means he was like a technical sergeant. Yeah, like a staff sergeant, technical sergeant, something like that. Yeah. Then the then 27-year-old grabbed the pistol and ran outside to his Hyundai Elantra, where he spotted 2 people dressed in all black attempting to break into the car. Sure confronted the individuals, but the would-be carjackers fled in another car. Sergeant gave chase in his car and fired multiple rounds at the team. All right, yeah. He's in the wrong. You can't do that. If they jumped in a car and tried to leave, and then you're chasing them down in a car, this isn't like the Wild West where you could go chasing people down. Get a posse and chase them down and stuff like that. The fleeing car crashed to the backyard fence of a home 4 blocks south of Shear's residence. Kirk and his teen accomplice hopped out of the damaged car and began running away as Shear continued to fire. Kirk was found suffering from gunshot wounds to the head and the back. He was transported to a hospital and pronounced dead. A 13-year-old was driving the getaway car, was shot in the back, and managed to get to a relative's house before being brought to the hospital and survived. Shear was arrested after shooting and charged with first-degree murder and first-degree attempted murder. I don't know about first-degree murder. I mean, yeah, he was outraged. He lost his cool, but that wouldn't be first-degree murder. That would have been like, that should be like second-degree murder or manslaughter or something like that. A jury found the discharged Space Force sergeant guilty of lesser crimes of second-degree murder and second-degree attempted murder. During the trial, Shear claimed that 2 potential carjackers had shot first and he was acting in self-defense. Okay, so he said that they were armed and they shot at him. Now, if they were armed and shot at him, that completely changes everything, even if he was chasing them. Because they're saying at trial, he claimed that they shot first and that he was acting in self-defense. So now either that's a lie and they didn't, or they did. Investigators found 11 casings were fired all by Sure and concluded there was no evidence that the other teens were armed during the robbery. What, because the other teen that got away and got home to a relative's house before he went to the hospital didn't go to the hospital with a gun on him? Adams County District Court judge argued the trained military sergeant should have known not to take lethal action. Why would the judge be arguing anything? Adams County District Court judge argued the trained military sergeant should have known not to take lethal action. Judge isn't supposed to be arguing anything in the case. Is he saying his sentencing she said that? The former sergeant faced up to 80 years in jail. This was vigilante violence at its worst, and now a young man is dead, said the Adams and Broomfield County District Attorney Brian Mason. Well, that's why you got overrun apartments by TDA, because you're afraid to actually have somebody step up and do something about it to stop crime. The defendant took the law into his own hands, chasing down a fleeing vehicle and opened fire on its occupants. Well, first of all, he had no idea how old the people were. It's not like he said, "Hey, how old are you?" So just think about how old they were. How's he supposed to know? Kirk's family called out Sure during the hearing, questioning why he shot at the unarmed boys. Well, because he said they were armed and shot at him first. So what Sure did to my son and his friend to chase him down and execute them over a car they didn't even take is ludicrous. Oh, so if they would have took the car, it would have been okay? Yeah, they ditched the gun and the cops looked really hard for other shell casings. Yeah, I don't get it. What sounds like a double standard? Me? Did I have a double standard? I don't know. I got multiple standards. I have the standard of what's legal, what's the law, what they can prove, what they can't prove. But if this guy argued and testified that they testified at trial, which is what they said, that they shot at him first, why would Oh, a double standard. The judge, yeah, the judge. Okay. Other relatives deflected from the teens, brazen attempt to carjacking to focus on Sure shooting. See, now they keep calling it a carjacking, so I'm wondering if he said that they pulled out a gun on him and told him, "Give me the car," or if there was some other stuff going on, because they keep calling it a carjacking. So I'm wondering if he's saying that they tried to jack him with the car and shot at him, and then I don't know. I would need to know more. I need to know more. They said they found 11 shell cases at the scene. If he was chasing them driving and shooting at them like they're saying, how could they find 11 shell casings at the scene? Kids make mistakes, so I always teach my kids in my family, like my nephews and nieces, about consequences and repercussions, said another relative. Obviously not. Obviously didn't do a good job. We're not trying to excuse any wrongdoing. The part that's messed up is his car was never stolen. Yeah, there would have to be an occupant or a car of the car for it to be carjacked. Well, that's what I'm saying. Did they try to get him to give them the keys when he came down? Did they pull out a gun and say, "Give me the keys"? Was that something he testified to at the trial? Because they keep saying carjacking. Now, if he came outside and said, "Hey, what are you doing in my car?" and they pulled out a gun and said, "Give us the keys," that would be an attempted carjacking. Yeah, attempted carjacking is bad too, definitely. Prosecutors read a statement written by the wounded teen, who was also referred to his actions on the night of shooting, but called out Sure for shooting at them. An adult chose to use deadly force against two unarmed teens. Well, he had no idea how old you were when this happened. He didn't check IDs, and he'd say, like, wait, are you under 18 when you're stealing my car? Because if you're under 18, I guess I gotta let you go. Yeah, right? That's 1 star in GTA. That's not justice. That's not safety. That's not accountability. I survived, but I'm not the same. My friend didn't survive at all. No matter what we did that night, we don't deserve to be shot. Maybe we didn't deserve to die. Well, maybe we didn't deserve to die. Probably, I would say. Stealing a car. If you tried to carjack them when you got shot, well, that's a different story. But just trying to steal a car, I don't think if someone's trying to steal your car, you can shoot them. I don't think that's really legal in pretty much every state. Pretty sure. I'd have to check with Andrew Bronca, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't qualify. Maybe Texas at night, you could get away with that. Maybe. Yeah. Sounds like the big part of his crime was being in the wrong jury pool. It wasn't stolen because he fought back yet. See, that's what I'm thinking is If he had a better jury pool, maybe he would have got a lesser charge. Like, I wonder, was there any offers from the state to go, like to plead guilty and get a lesser charge or anything like that? Mm. In war, the idea of proportional response is somewhat inherent, but it's much more difficult determining correct response to an in-progress crime. I feel like the sergeant might have presumed that the criminals he was pursuing were armed, didn't follow this trial closely, but this outcome seems wrong. Yeah. All right, so on to the next story. That story took a little longer than I anticipated. Breaking news. Bill Clinton's judge, Richard Berman, that's Bill Clinton's buddy, his friend, his pal, denies the Trump administration's court filing to unseal the Epstein grand jury transcripts and exhibits. Well, would you look at that? The Democrats are blocking the release of the Epstein files. Look at this. Well, we'll look at this really. United States District Court, Southern District of New York, United States against Jeffrey Epstein. Or wouldn't it be versus Jeffrey Epstein? Decision and order. Having reviewed, among other things, the government's motion dated July 18, 2025, to unseal the grand jury transcripts in the United States v. Epstein, and the court's motion dated August, and the government's motion dated August 8 to unseal the exhibits related to transcripts, the grand jury transcripts dated July 18, 2019, and July 2nd, June 18th, and July 22nd. Total together 70 pages. The grand jury exhibits, a PowerPoint presentation, 4 pages of call logs, 2 letters from attorneys for Epstein victims, 2 letters for individual victims, and all these orders, and dated and via the opinion order dated August 11th from the Maxwell denying the motion to unseal. The court denies the government's motion to unseal the Epstein grand jury transcripts. Go figure. Go figure. What do you know? That's Bill Clinton saying, "Gotcha, got him." Mm-hmm. Just buys a gun, steals a car, tries to run but don't get very far. In the ghetto. In the ghetto. Jury GOJ goes 0-3 in request to unseal Jeffrey Epstein grand jury materials. 0-3, man. That's like striking out, man. 0-3. Strike out. They got me the old Mexico Coca-Cola. The one thing from Mexico I can't live without. Two other federal judges already denied the DOJ's request to publicly release the materials. Well, ain't that something? If that's him, that's Epstein. Mm-hmm. A federal judge on Wednesday rejected the Justice Department's effort to unseal grand jury transcripts and exhibits in the Jeffrey Epstein case, writing that the government itself is the logical party to make the Epstein files public, and criticizing its motion as a diversion tactic. So the judge are saying that they're trying to shift the blame and saying, like, oh, make the Epstein files public, even though you can't because they're grand jury testimony stuff. So information contained in the grand jury transcripts pales in comparison to the Epstein investigation information materials in the hands of the Department of Justice. U.S. District Judge Richard Berman, a Clinton appointee, wrote in his 14-page opinion. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the good stuff there. Berman's decision is the third by a federal judge to deny the nearly identical motions by the Department of Justice to make certain grand jury material in the case of Epstein, the disgraced financier who died by suicide in jail in 2019. And if you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. While awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges and his one-time girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. That didn't make much sense. Disgraced financier who died by suicide in jail in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges, and his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Huh. Maxwell is serving a 20-year prison sentence for aiding and participating in his sex trafficking ring. She's appealing her conviction. What's amazing that they did all the sex trafficking and they trafficked the people to no one. There was no clients. That's crazy. You don't believe he's dead. Well, I don't know if he is or isn't. Some of them pictures look weird. The ears look weird. Some stuff looked really weird. But, you know, Berman's opinion, however, comes as the Justice Department is being forced to disclose the Epstein files through another channel. On Friday, the department is expected to begin turning over Epstein-related records to congressional lawmakers in response to a subpoena from the House Oversight Committee. Yeah. It is odd, right? How the judge would know what's in the DOJ files? Weird, right? How would he know? He's not supposed to know. The Department of Justice and the judiciary are not supposed to be the same thing. They're not supposed to be interchanging and looking at stuff. And if a judge knows what's in the government files, the judge should have to recuse himself from the case. That's called a conflict of interest. Mm-hmm. Critter says, howdy, y'all. Add your voice to the thumbs up, please. And thanks, and sit back and relax. Most of us all have a resting evening. That's a right. Have a resting evening. Always forget the thumbs up. As Berman noted, the Justice Department's 100,000 pages of materials which it could release at any time and which are the target of the congressional subpoenas dwarf 70 pages of grand jury material. How does Berman, how does anybody know there's 100,000 pages? Who told these people there's 100,000 pages? The government is the logical party to make comprehensive disclosure to the public of the Epstein files, the judge wrote. The grand jury testimony is merely a hearsay snippet of Jeffrey Epstein's alleged conduct. Huh. I guess he told them. Then we got the NBC News, WNBC. Judge denies DOJ request to release the Jeffrey Epstein grand jury transcripts. Richard Berman. Federal judge in New York on Wednesday denied the Justice Department's request to unseal grand jury transcripts and exhibits in the Jeffrey Epstein case. U.S. District Judge Richard Berman, who is very close personal friends with Bill Clinton and went to Epstein Island with him on numerous occasions, said the government had not reached the high bar necessary to unseal the transcripts and suggested that there was not much there anyway. Oh, so the judge who was overseeing the case said the grand jury transcripts that they indicted Epstein with, that there wasn't much there. So they indicted him with not a lot of information, is what the judge said. So maybe that judge should be asking the question as why he was indicted if there was not a lot of information in the grand jury transcripts. Seems odd to me. Not odd like haha, but odd like what? Sorry, I had something I had to take care of real quick. Somebody gave a chat in Joe's channel saying the first one for Bella, so I think he was in the wrong chat. Or something. I don't know. So basically, this judge said the same thing. Uh, the government's 100,000 pages dwarfed, the odd page. So that's that. So let's see here. So here's on to the next story. Here we go. Go woke, go broke. New DEI hire CEO is rebranding Cracker Barrel to decolonize it. Her first move was to remove the old-fashioned country gentleman made to evoke nostalgia and Americana. Let's hear what she has to say.
Honestly, the feedback's been overwhelmingly positive that people like what we're doing. I'll give you another soundbite. I actually happened to be in Orlando last week with all of our managers. We bring them together and every other year. And the number one question that I got asked, Michael, was, how can I get a remodel? When can I get a remodel? How do I get on the list?
Oh, really?
So because the feedback and the buzz is so good, not only from our customers, but from our team members. They want to work in a wonderful restaurant. So we're doing everything for our guests and our team members.
Well, Julie Messino, it's wonderful to have you here.
Pleasure to
and
be
thank
here.
You for
Thank you again.
answering those questions for all the Cracker Barrel fans out there. And a lot of great changes.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Robin?
Can I get in writing that the peg game is going to stay?
The peg game is staying.
Okay.
So are the rocking chairs,
And the
fireplace, vintage decor. It's all there.
All right. Okay, because that would be a deal breaker. That would be a deal breaker.
Honestly, the feedback's been overwhelmingly positive that people.
Well, that's interesting, right? This is the okay. So can you see this? Can you guys see this? This is Cracker Barrel stock. Let me see if I can open image in new tab. That'll do anything. No, it's not really going to let me do it, is it? Okay, hold on. That better. Okay, so look, Cracker Barrel's Old Country Store. Look at this. In 1 month since this lady took over, it's down 10%. So, yeah. Should the FBI have the FC files like JFK, MLK, etc.? No, they shouldn't. You know, the FBI shouldn't have any of those files. All those, that many. The files should not be with the FBI. Those files should be public. Like, so yeah. So they're losing money. And this is part of the reason why they're losing money, because they got the Cracker Barrel LGBTQ plus alliance. It says they're supporting home office and field employees to bring the whole selves to work while strengthening Cracker Barrel's relationship to the LGBTQ plus community. Hey, what's up, Steve Ta? How you doing? Steve Ota? Long time no see. Good seeing you. Now we could say this. You got the person who made the original Cracker Barrel logo versus the person who removed it. Huh. You noticing a difference? I mean, they have like the same glasses. She's wearing the glasses from that Robert De Niro was wearing in the end of Casino. Remember when he said, I can still pick winners. And they know, and that makes me money. Yes. So they got rid of the old barrel. They got rid of the white dude sitting next to it because you can't have a white dude these day and age. And they got this where it says Cracker Barrel's new logo dumps the barrel amid fall menu campaign. Why is this? What the hell's going on? What is going on here? Why is this doing this? I mean, this sucks. Cracker Barrel announced on Tuesday a new look, a new fall menu, a partnership with a country music artist for a limited time offer. The new logo's more simplified design, old-fashioned typography on a yellow background. Gone are the barrel and the person leaning against it. Ahoy, how you doing, RBM? The Lebanon, Tennessee company says the fall refresh comes amid a new fall menu creative campaign titled All the More. So I figure with All the More, they're going to use like a lot less. And it features country music artist Jordan Davis, who's currently on tour. Well, who's Jordan Davis? I don't even know who that is. The fall campaign includes new and returning menu items and a brand new look and feel. We believe in the goodness of country hospitality, a spirit that has always defined us, said Sarah Moore, Chief Marketing Officer of Cracker Barrel. With All the More, we're honoring a legacy while bringing fresh energy through thoughtful craftsmanship and a heartfelt hospitality to our guests this fall. Cracker Barrel has felt like home to me, said Jordan Davis. It's where the food hits just right and the people treat you like your family. Well, I thought that was Old Country Buffet. They treat you like your family. And or is that Olive Garden? They treat you like your family. What is it? Are they stealing from someone? Huh. Hey, what's up, Derek? How you doing? Nice to see you tonight. The pace lets you slow down and take a breath. To kick off the partnership, Cracker Barrel and Jordan Davis will host a Taste of Country Anytime event on Thursday in New York City. This weekend, Cracker Barrel said it is treating everyone across America to a complimentary classic side with any purchase up to $3.99 retail value exclusive of tax. The offer is good Saturday or Sunday or while supplies last. Online and to-go orders are excluded. See more here. The new menu items are available now and include breakfast, lunch, and dinner items, as well as sips and sweets. Featured is a hearty fare, such as hash brown, casserole, shepherd's pie. Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up. Just think, hash brown casserole, shepherd's pie, and slow braised pot roast. Sweet breakfast items such as butter pecan French toast bake, and even a coffee drink, brown sugar latte. See more menu items here. Should we look at more menu items? And Cracker Barrel operates nearly 6,600 locations nationwide. The restaurant and country store chains have been redesigning its stores amid a push to become more relevant. The CEO last year bluntly said the brand needed revitalization, that it was not delivering the financial results the shareholders deserve. I mean, Cracker Barrel is just a place where people on the road stop to eat stuff. It's a place that no matter where you're going across the country, you can stop at a rest stop, get off the highway go to a Cracker Barrel, and it's going to taste halfway decent that you can get some eggs or something in your stomach. You don't have to worry about getting shot at a Waffle House. That's the way I always looked at it. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Basically, Cracker Barrel will be out of business in 5 years. Mm-hmm. Refreshing the brand identity, optimizing menu pricing and preparation, enhanced store execution and the unique retail experience, expanding digital capabilities, and elevating the employee experience. The new look includes restaurant redesigns. The company hired 3 agencies to support its brand refresh. People like what we're doing. So what we're going to do is we're going to put giant dildos in the booth for people to sit on. That way they can enjoy their stay. For the LBGT2 plus. Cracker Barrel needs to feel like Cracker Barrel. Cracker. It's a cracker. Cracker Barrel. See, they don't want to admit it, that the whole Cracker Barrel, the reason it's called Cracker Barrel is because that's where the crackers would put the crackers in the barrel when they was done whipsing them. They put the crackers in there, and they had a barrel of crackers that they would go get when the people, the pickers, were getting out of hand. They get the crackers out of the barrel. The things you love are still there, and we need people to choose us, and we want people to choose us. Very interesting. let's see here. We got the country. Cracker Barrel teams up with country music star Jordan Davis to invite guests to discover all the more this fall. You ate there today, you had no clue. I don't know, did they change the sign and everything too? If they're changing the signs and everything, get rid of the barrels. It seems the new creative campaign features a refreshed look. So it's a refreshed look that they just took things away from. Kind of like they did with the Land O'Lakes butter, where they just took away the Indian girl and that stuff and just, yeah. Cracker Barrel, the beloved restaurant and retail brand known for serving up more than a meal, today launched a new fall menu campaign. Yesterday they just launched this thing. So, and a creative campaign that celebrates more than 55 years of country hospitality, positions the iconic American brand for the future. Hey, Barbie World, nice to see you. You like the way it is now? It's Cracker Barrel. I mean, I don't know. Campaign spotlights all the more that today's guests, both current and soon to be, can discover and love at Cracker Barrel, including crave-worthy new and returning menu items, refreshed restaurant remodels. We believe in goodness of country hospitality, a spirit that has always defined us. Our story hasn't changed. Our values haven't changed. With all the more, we're honoring our legacy while we're bringing fresh energy, thoughtful craftsmanship, and heartfelt hospitality to our guests. Since 1969, it's the summer of 69. Who knows when Bryan Adams was singing that song about the summer of 69? He was actually talking about the founding of Cracker Barrel. Did you know that song, Summer of 69, was about the founding of Cracker Barrel? Did you? They delivered heartfelt service, home-style food, and unmatched dining experience. With nearly 660, well, if they had 6 more locations, they would be the Devil's Restaurant. They'd be Satan's Restaurant. 666 locations nationwide. The brand remains the go-to for guests seeking community, comfort, and special moments that they can carry with them for as long after they leave. Yeah. You could carry that food poisoning with you long after you leave. Maybe if you get a tapeworm, that'll stay with you for a long, long time. It's more popular menu items like farm fresh scrambled eggs, buttermilk biscuits, even serve as an inspiration behind the hues of a refreshed color palette featured by the new campaign, anchored in Cracker Barrel's signature golden brown tones. The updated visuals will appear across menus and marketing collateral, including a 5th evolution of the brand logo, which is now rooted even more closely to the iconic barrel shape and word mark that started it all. Like Cracker Barrel, Davis draws from his country roots to shape his music and taste buds. With the U.S. concert tour currently underway, Davis turns to Cracker Barrel for hot, delicious meals, the kind of country hospitality that feels like home. So what, are they catering they providing the catering for his concerts and stuff? Are they serving food there? Because it's kind of what it sounds like. Maybe there's some kind of weird thing going on here. Yeah, he said Cracker Barrel's always felt like home to him because he lived in a homeless shelter. To kick off the partnership, they're going to host a Taste of Country Anytime event on Thursday, August 21st, which is in just a couple hours. They're going to have a anytime event. The event will bring full Cracker Barrel country hospitality experience to the big city, complete with entertainment on the front porch, rocking chairs, and classic Cracker Barrel games and crave-worthy food. In addition, just following the event, Cracker Barrel will spread even more country hospitality coast to coast by treating everyone across America to a complimentary classic side with any purchase from August 23rd to 24th, just for being part of the family. So for 2 days, the 23rd and 24th, you can get a free classic any side with any purchase. Some exclusions may apply. With all the more you see, taste, and experience, you get Uncle Herschel's favorite. This is for breakfast. Backed by popular demand, this beloved fan favorite included 2 eggs cooked to order with your choice of sugar-cured ham, country ham, grilled or fried catfish fillet, crispy tender dippers, or for the first time ever, a premium New York steak available for an upgrade served with hash brown casserole or fried apples, buttermilk biscuits, sawmill gravy, and grits. Who the hell would want catfish with their eggs? Ugh. Sounds gross. Sausage and egg hash brown casserole. A double portion of our signature hash brown casserole is layered with Colby cheese, served with our sawmill gravy with scrambled eggs and a flavorful blend of crumbled smoked sausage, onions, red peppers, green chilies topped with crispy fried onions, diced tomatoes, and green onions with a side of buttermilk biscuits. Ain't that good? Bacon and egg hash brown casserole. Scratch-made hash brown casserole hot off the grill is layered with pieces of crispy bacon, farm-pressed scrambled eggs, melted Colby cheese, fried onions, diced tomatoes, green onions, and buttermilk biscuits on the side. So it seems like a lot of hash brown casserole going on there. They just get this hash brown casserole and they just make it say it's this, it's that. They buttered pecan French toast bake. Ooh. Catfish omelets are good. Okay, if you say so. You said it looks like frozen meals. Yeah, I'm have a feeling that's probably what it is. A lot of it is stuff that's pre-made. They just reheat. They're just heating. They don't have people actually cooking it there. The thick-cut country bread is soaked in vanilla custard, topped with cheesecake filling, baked till it's golden, with your choice of bacon or sauces, praline pecan streusel, and buttered pecan syrup available as an upgrade. I mean, the cheesecake filling thing says, that's cheesecake filling is cheesecake. Herb roasted chicken, a half a chicken, seasoned and slow roasted in the oven until golden, crispy perfection, and topped with a lemon herb sauce, served with mashed potatoes, choice of classic side, buttermilk biscuits or corn muffins. You got the hash brown casserole shepherd's pie, slowly braised pot roast and gravy with carrots, peas, onions, celery, mashed potatoes, topped with golden griddled hash brown crust, sour cream, diced tomatoes, green onions, and hand rolled buttermilk biscuits on the side. Then they got the pot roast, sticky buns, cinnamon roll skillet. Ooh. Freshly baked mini cinnamon rolls with a gooey cinnamon filling topped with cream cheese icing. Wild berry tea. There's some wild berry tea. Okay. All right. Okay. Relax, everybody. I camp and fish a lot. Fish and eggs are delicious. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm kind of hungry too, actually, now that I did all this. I don't know why I did all this. But anyway, so. And here's the this is the Deseret news. This is like so Cracker Barrel's getting a makeover and fans are divided. The restaurant chain Southern Hospitality is getting a change, but not all fans are feeling at home. By Emma Neff. Cracker Barrel's getting a fresh look, but the chain insists it's so isn't going anywhere. Their prime real estate close to highway, bankruptcy, engineering obsolescence, and a new brand. I'm betting under 25 months. Yeah, more than likely. They do got really good prime real estate, so another chain can come in like, I don't know, Benihana's or something, or PF Chang's. Mm-hmm. We already read all this. All the War, a new campaign opening February 5th. What? Why aren't they open? New brand. How about just make the food better? I'm going to tell you, I've got, the last couple times I've eaten there, I got sick. Cracker Barrel has always felt like home to me. It's just a bunch of crap they have for sale there. And here it is right here. So this is what I want to get to. So it says right here, it's Cracker Barrel CEO Sandra Cochran leads the charge for change racial LGBTQ inclusivity. So that's what it is right there. They weren't inclusive enough, and they were kind of the whole Cracker Barrel, it's Cracker Barrel. So they gotta change it to Cracker Barrel, not Cracker, it's Cracker Barrel. It's so bad that Cracker Barrel in the early aughts that the U.S. Department of Justice forced the company to plan to end discrimination that violated the Civil Rights Act, including turning away black customers. Did they really turn away black customers? Did they really? Because if they did, that's some fucked up shit. If they didn't, though, It's in the early aughts. So are they talking about under the Obama administration? Like by early aughts, are they saying like 09, 08, 09? Is that what they're talking about? Under Eric Holder over here suing people because of Dave Cracker. Not a surprise to many. The Cracker Barrel came out with a crystal clear denunciation of LGBTQ plus discrimination, including a strongly worded statement about why it banned Knoxville pastor Grayson Fritz and his church members from using Tennessee Cracker Barrel as a meeting place. Oh, so they came out and saying that they discriminated against somebody for their religion and banned them from eating at Cracker Barrel and eating at Cracker Barrel. Okay, we take pride in discriminating against religious folk.
I didn't wake up this morning and think, you know what, I want people to hate me. You know what, if preaching the Bible causes that to happen, then so be it. So.
Do you think your views has changed or has impacted your work at the Knox County Sheriff's Office?
No.
Any case you've worked on or anything like that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If I worked at the Burger King and someone from the LGBT community came in and they ordered a hamburger, I would make them a hamburger because that was what my job would be. You understand? Even if I felt differently towards that person and felt exactly the way I feel and believe, I would still do my job. You know, I wouldn't like purposefully try to damage their food or anything like that because I work for Burger King and my job would be to make hamburgers. I'm not surprised by any of this. I didn't desire any of this, but again, I don't think I'm anything special. I just preach what the Bible says, and unfortunately, it's not very popular.
Wow. So there you go. So why is the Justice Department now going after Cracker Barrel for discriminating against Christians? He's just preaching the Bible. Just saying. I don't know. It says he seized national spotlight last week after National News reported about a sermon that Knox County Sheriff's detective delivered while off duty that called for the government to arrest and execute members of the LGBT. I don't know why he would do that. Did he really call for that? Because that spotlight turned from Fritz to Cracker Barrel after the company's swift response this week. Plans for a meeting at the Cleveland location. Illuminated company has made a surprising cultural turnaround that rejects discrimination of all sordid practices in the 90s and 2000s. When I think about it, the 90s and 2000s when Cracker Barrel was actually good. Happy employees, great happy guests. We want our employees to repress the community we serve. So why do you keep showing this pastor? Since CEO Cocker took over in 2011, Cracker Barrel stock has skyrocketed from $40 a share to around $170, an increase of 325%. But what is it at today? We looked at that, didn't we? Didn't we look at that today? So it skyrocketed to $170 a share. Let's see. Let's go back here. I know I had it here. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's at 57.89 today. So I think so I wonder what happened. That's odd. Anyway, so that's Cracker Barrel. That's Cracker Barrel for you. That's Cracker Barrel for you. Oh, what do you know? What's this? Wait, what's this? Cracker Barrel faces EEOC complaint over rebranded DEI policies. You don't say. The winds they are a changing. Attorneys say Cracker Barrel may be in violation of federal and state civil rights law related to its diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. Nonprofit law firm America First Legal has formally requested that the U.S. Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, EEOC, and Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Skermetti investigates Tennessee-based Cracker Barrel Old Country Store Incorporated over its DEI initiatives. It says that they promote discriminatory practices by providing employment benefits based on race and sex. And clearly they provide benefits to people based on not being Christian. They don't want Christians. They strictly said no Christians. While Cracker Barrel rebranded its dedicated DEI website last year from diversity and inclusion to culture and inclusion, attorneys with America First say the chain continues to promote apparently unlawful commitments to provide unique employment benefits to certain races and sexes. Not that. Not that. Specifically, AFL alleges the company's 2024 ESG report tracks workforce demographics by race and gender, showing increased diversity from 22 to 24 across professional staff, store management, and hourly employees. And AFL claims Cracker Barrel uses diversity as a proxy for race and sex, violating civil rights laws. The law firm also highlights Cracker Barrel's business resource, which AFL says offers benefits restricted to certain identity groups. Well, you don't say. Don't say. Here's the thing, and it's the thing. If it makes you more money to do this, if you make more money by having this diverse thing that they're saying, everyone would have a diverse thing. They wouldn't have to be forced into it. They wouldn't have to be forced to do it. So this whole shit about, you're more profitable if you do it. If it was more profitable, companies would already be doing it, because that's what companies are into, making more money. They're not going to do things that don't make them money. That's just the way it works. Yeah. Oh yeah, Cracker Barrel is all DEI. You didn't know that, Trumpinator? All wokety woke. Mm-hmm. And they're in trouble. They're taking the cracker out of Cracker Barrel. Mm-hmm. According to the AFL, the big, bold BRG aims claims to cultivate and develop black leaders from within Cracker Barrel, while HOLA BRG provides opportunities for our Latino team and promotes Hispanic and Latino culture throughout hiring, developing, and retaining talent. Huh. That's odd. What about Yeah, Trumpinator, they're anti-Christian too, believe it or not. Continue reading. Well, I guess we'll read a little bit more. So look at, they got the board of directors. Board of directors, they got 10 percentage, 50% women. Look at that, and 33% minority. They're trying to go up, man. They need to go up to get them numbers up. Get them numbers up, man. Get them up. Get them up. Make them all transgenders. Make them all transgenders. Change LGBTQ BRG offers spaces for the people to meet and support each other while increasing the awareness. Not if you're Christian, you can't meet there if you're Christian. They said no Christians allowed. The Women's Connect mission is to inspire women of Cracker Barrel by empowering them not to eat every damn thing in sight and blow up to 400 pounds. And educating them to achieve the strategic initiatives of Cracker Barrel while it helps women on our team find connections and grow their careers. Okay. We're going to stay on that. We're going to the next story because this is I'm going too slow. I'm not getting through these stories. I got to speed it up. But staying on the DEI, we've got this story. Obama's insistence on focusing on race instead of skill or qualifications and hiring contractors is why his library is hundreds of millions of dollars over budget and years late. For what it's worth, the Fed hiring the same contractors as Obama. Look at this thing. This thing is nuts. The ugly building is karma for a DEI president. Gilbane is a JV with another CG on the Federal Reserve as a contractor. Turner Construction and W. O'Neill are the JVs called Lakeside Alliance as general contractors. Not sure why you make a point of saying it's the same contract, especially when it's not. Now, I happen to know people that work for Turner Construction, work for W. O'Neill. I worked for W. O'Neill for a while. I worked with Turner Construction numerous times. They're both W. O'Neill used to be a top tier company, not so much anymore. Turner's pretty damn good, but in the Chicago area, he should have hired someone like Power Construction or I don't know, McHugh or I don't know. I mean O'Neill. I guess O'Neill's kind of tied in. It's very political, so. Obama told the people creating his museum, I wanted to show my inner being, my true character, my soul. They obliged and created this kind of garbage dump that will cause future generations to take one look and go, Obama, yep, totally fits. What else? Piece of shit. I mean, it looks like that thing, it looks like that, remember the crawler that the in the beginning of Star Wars that had the droids? They went, what was it called? The Wop Wops or whatever they call it. The, fuck are they called? The, not the Wop Wops. The, not the Sand People. They were called something else. And they had the thing. And they went to get the, oh, by the way, good evening, Jim and Chad. Thank you. What were they called? Jawas. Yeah, the Jawas. Yeah, the Jawas. That's right. The little Jawas. That's what it looks like. It looks like the Jawas ship, doesn't it? And it's all filled with junk. And the sand crawler. Yeah, it looks like a sand crawler, right? Looks like a giant sand crawler. It's nuts. That's just nuts. And here's an article we're going to read about. It says, how DEI and mismanagement turned Obama's legacy project into $1 billion boondoggle. When Barack Obama announced plans for his presidential library, expectations were high. Here was a man who promised competence, elegance, and hope and change. A modern statesman whose post-presidency, like his administration, would be a well-orchestrated triumph. Instead, the project's become a case study in bureaucratic dysfunction, spiraling costs, and self-destructive excesses of diversity, equity, and inclusion mandates. What was once a $500 million project has ballooned into an $830 million and rising financial quagmire, with final estimates creeping towards $1 billion. Years behind schedule, plagued by worksite racial incidents. What? Worksite racial incidents, lawsuits, and shocking quality concerns. I believe a portion of it is picked up by the taxpayers. I think they're supposed to do like fundraising to pay for it, but I believe a portion of it is picked up by the taxpayers. Congress will allocate money for it, a certain amount. Obama's library embodies the tragic reality of DEI in actions, an emphasis on quotas over competence, activism over efficiency, and virtue signaling over results. Hey, Jay Legat, how you doing? Nice to see you. The fix is definitely in. Well, when it comes to construction in Chicago, unions have a lot of power. But then again, the unions couldn't keep Obama from being. This might be this. Oh wow, this could actually be the unions and the union people sticking it to Obama because he screwed them all over in 04, was it 03, 04 when he ran for senator? Because he wasn't supposed to be the senator. It was supposed to be a guy by the name of Tom Dart. He was a Cook County sheriff. He was a Democrat machine guy. That's who they wanted in that seat, was Tom Dart. That's who everybody got behind, that had the big push. And Obama just eked past him in the primary. I mean, barely eked past him, just enough to piss everybody off. And Obama had zero backing from any union, zero backing from any mainstream Democrat power brokers in the city. He had some weird alliance with people that weren't like, he wasn't even aligned with Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson was against him when he was running for senator. Him and Jesse Jackson hated guts. It's kind of why Jesse Jackson Jr. got prosecuted and went to jail under Barack Obama. Fun fact, isn't it? The project's guiding principle was diversity for its own sake. The Obama Foundation promised that over 50% of the contracts would go to minority-owned firms, a pledge it had surpassed. But the results tell a different story. Poorly executed construction, repeated safety violations, and rework upon rework have turned what should have been a straightforward civic undertaking into an unmitigated disaster. Engineers have flagged multiple structural issues, including misaligned walls, incorrect steel placements, and compromised concrete pours, all of which required expensive corrections. Beyond the construction failures, the work site itself has devolved into a battlefield of racial tensions. In November 2022, a noose was found on site, prompting a multi-day shutdown and mandatory racial sensitivity training. That this occurred despite or perhaps because of the relentless focus on DEI hiring is an irony too rich to ignore. Even Obama's own carefully curated, diversity-compliant workforce could not escape accusations of racism. They just faced some allegations of racism. And yet the DEI-driven dysfunction does not stop at mismanaged construction. Obama's chosen contractors are now suing him for racial discrimination. A minority-owned subcontractor, 2-in-1 Concrete, Deuce in One Concrete, has alleged that it was unfairly blamed for delays and subjected to excessive scrutiny. Scrutiny, it should be noted, that was entirely warranted given the severe construction flaws. Obama, the DEI champion, now finds himself on the receiving end of the same identity politics he has spent his years promoting. The irony is almost Shakespearean. To grift or not to grift? That is the question. Hey, we're an hour and 15 minutes in, and I just want to remind everybody that there is a goal this evening to go longer. We're probably going to go a little bit longer, but if you want to go like 4 hours, 5 hours tonight, we're going to need some Skrilla. And, Belle is sad because she hasn't got to make her triumphant debut on the camera. Perhaps the most baffling decision of all is Obama's refusal to turn over his library to the National Archives and Records Administration's NARA. Wait a minute. Didn't Trump get arrested and his house get raided over the same thing? Because Trump wouldn't turn the records over and they came and kicked his door in at Mar-a-Lago and tried to put him in jail? But here's Obama that hasn't turned over any of his stuff? So, wait, are we saying there's a double standard? Are we saying Obama needs to get raided? Maybe Trump's FBI should go raid Obama. Because they need them documents, man. It was NARA that got Trump raided at Mar-a-Lago, remember? Huh. Not yet, Steve. As soon as I get the P.O. box straightened out, I will let you know. I'll post it on the page and everything. I'll have it in my to-do section and stuff. I haven't. I had 2 doctor's appointments today, and I didn't get over to the post office. Every modern president before him has placed his legacy in the hands of professional archivists, ensuring a degree of neutrality and historical rigor. Obama, by contrast, insists on keeping his library under the control of his personal foundation. The reason? Ostensibly to create a digital-first, modern approach to presidential records. Oh, that's right. He told them that he's going to digitize everything, and once he does, they'll have it. But then he hasn't. But the implications are clear. Control. By retaining ownership, Obama ensures that his library will remain a monument to his personal narrative, unencumbered by inconvenient truths or historical objectivity. What does this debacle reveal? That DEI, far from being a noble pursuit, is an expensive, inefficient, and self-defeating enterprise instead of excellence. It delivers mediocrity instead of unity. It fosters division, and instead of progress, it creates obstacles. The Obama Presidential Center, which was supposed to be a testament to hope and change, has instead become a cautionary tale on the DEI's corrosive impact on competence and accountability. I have a feeling that they had to build it like that with so thick concrete to stop the bullets. That's not where it's at. Is not a good neighborhood. Obama's legacy, once thought to be a shining beacon of progress and achievement, is now buried under the cost of overruns, racial grievances, and legal turmoil. And the worst part, this was entirely predictable. When ideology trumps ability, failure is inevitable. The Obama Presidential Center is not just a monument to the 44th president. It's a monument to the disastrous consequences of DEI gone mad. In a world gone mad, it's DEI. And make the girl cry. Should have just called Trump. After the great job Trump did refurbishing the old post office building in D.C. during Obama's term, you'd think Obama would have hired him for sure. But nope, TDS. TDS. Oh, here's on to the next story. This is a crazy one I saw that I was like, I got to talk about this. Husband claimed his missing wife was arrested by ICE. But security footage suggested a more sinister story. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. And I don't know why they keep putting the Senator Batia thing. Doge must be something. There must be some kind of glitch in Doge AI's software because it keeps putting Senator Padilla's disruption things. I've seen it on a whole bunch of stuff. So it's like frozen or something messed up. Husband claimed his missing wife was arrested by ICE. But security footage suggests a more sinister story. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, hope you had a good time. Hope you had seen your sisters too. Tragic farewell. Come on. What are you doing to me? The husband of a missing mother, a tree, claimed his wife had been detained by ICE agents, but ring camera footage later showed him dragging a heavy object wrapped in fabric from his home soon before she was found dead in the woods. You don't say. The body of Shalel Garceritz, 33, was found in Angeles National Forest on Saturday morning, 4 days after she was initially reported missing from her apartment in Lancaster, Los Angeles County, according to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office. So he was just like, of all these other people who kept saying ICE was taking people. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, no. Gutierrez told ABC7 that her husband, Josimar Cabrera, who is now suspected of killing her, initially gave several excuses regarding her whereabouts. Oh, her family said that her husband gave, including that ICE had taken her, that she left with another man, and she's been in an accident before fleeing the country with their children. Her body was located so this guy fled the country then. Oh, man. By search and rescue teams on an embankment wrapped in a greenish material similar to what the security cameras spied Cabrera hauling down a walkway at a family's apartment building. So there he is, like, yeah, that looks like a body in there. Mm-hmm. Why would ICE? Cabrera told his family's wife had been detained by ICE. There's got to be more to the story. LA County Medical Examiner will determine her cause of death. Cabrera, 36, has since fled to Peru with the couple's children. Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office is working with the local authorities to have them extradited. Were they both from Peru? Were they not citizens? I mean, is that why they said ICE? I mean, what's going on here? Video obtained by KTLA on Tuesday appears to show Cabrera being taken into custody by Peruvian authorities, although it's unclear if he will be extradited. If returned to the U.S., he likely face murder charges. Josimar Cabrera is currently being believed to be in Peru, pending further investigation. Need to bring him to justice, LASD said in press release. He's a Peruvian man. Cabrera fled to Peru with the children, so they're both Peruvian. Gutierrez, 33, was found wrapped in fabric at Angeles National Forest Saturday. The couple's 3 children were found safe in Peru, and they were staying with their maternal grandmother. Gutierrez's mother told the outlet that her daughter reported her husband for domestic violence in Peru. The last time they spoke, she told her she would be filing a report against him in the U.S. So the daughter reported the husband for domestic violence in Peru. Were they both in the country illegally? Because why don't we let Peru handle? If she's a Peruvian citizen and he's a Peruvian citizen and he killed her, why doesn't Peru handle the murder case? That's how that would work. If you're an American and another American kills you in another country, America's going to take care of that. You bet your bottom dollar. You ain't going to get away with some. I guess that's the end of the story. Nothing else there? Nothing else. Unfortunately, every Biden voter will believe this ICE story. It's amazing. Well, I know he did it here, Trumpinator, and he can be charged here, but I'm just saying, if he's already in Peru, I think Peruvian jails are a little stricter than our jails. If you catch my drift, that's all I'm saying. Well, that sucked. Sorry about that. I just got kicked out of my own damn studio. I need to do some presenting some stuff here. Share screen. Hey, what's up, J-Rock? Nice to see you. And it says she filed in Peru and the U.S. Yeah, so I'm saying it's been happening in other states too. I don't know what happened. It just all of a sudden I was no longer in the studio. We'll see. Does that work? Oh yeah, that works. All right. Okay. On to the next story. This is a good one. It's a good story here. You heard the kids are with family and he's on a run. Well, they're all in Peru, I guess. And so, yeah, so hopefully all my problems will be solved in about a week, because I have a new computer ordered and will be here supposedly on the 27th, which is a very special day. I've been spending too much time with Joe Boomeritis. No, I'm not. This is not my computer. My computer's in the shop, but they can't fix it, so I had to have a new one built. So it's going to take a while, and I'll be here on the 27th supposedly. But so I'm using like a loaner, and I don't know. This mouse is weird. It does all this weird. This mouse is weird. It's got like stuff, and I keep hitting buttons, and it's doing stuff, and I don't know. So we'll see. You guys can see me though, right? I'm still here. Is it working? Hello? So anyway, so here's Harmeet Dillon. Yes. How does Dr. Robert Armstrong and Harmeet Dillon trigger Texas redistricting? So how Dr. Robin Armstrong and Harmeet Dillon triggered the Texas redistricting. Democrats claim that Trump orchestrated the Texas mid-decade redistricting, but that narrative is false. A poor workman that blames his tools? Well, you know, that's why you got to get better tools. If you got the best tools around, you can't blame them. The real story centers on Dr. Robin Armstrong. It came from SCOTUS. Yes. It came from SCOTUS. That should be a movie. It came from SCOTUS. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon and the Petaway case. Texas mid-decade redistricting is not a partisan whim, but a constitutional necessity. It is a direct result of the Petaway v. Galveston County, a case that forced courts, legislators, and the Department of Justice to reckon with the contradiction at the heart of the minority coalition districts. For decades, Texas and other states were told that they had to create coalition districts where no racial group held a majority, but minority groups combined did one. That directive, justified under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, clashed with the Equal Protection Clause, which forbids race from being a predominant factor in redistricting except when compelled by federal law. Petaway clarified that Section 2 never required coalition districts. If they were never required, then they were never constitutionally permissible. Dun, 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 dun. By definition, they are unconstitutional racial gerrymanders. That's right. And if they were unconstitutional racial gerrymanders, and if you racially fix something, you're jerry-rigging it, what would this be called? Yes, definitely. Nooged by Dillon. Nooged. She got nooged with Ted Nugent, the Nooge. She said, Wango Z Tango. The Galveston case brought the issue into sharp focus. Before 2021, Galveston's Precinct 3 was drawn as a minority coalition district, represented by Stephen Holmes, a black Democrat. When the county dismantled that district, scattering black and Hispanic voters, Holmes was drawn into a heavily white Republican district. Plaintiffs claimed this violated the VRA. But then the county appointed Dr. Robin Armstrong, a black Republican, to fill a vacancy in Precinct 4. Armstrong's presence meant that for the first time, the five-member commissioners court had two minority members, yet the plaintiffs dismissed Armstrong's appointment as irrelevant, arguing that because he was a Republican, he did not count as black for voting rights purposes. Oh, Joe Biden said it best. If you ain't black, you don't vote for him. The argument infuriated the trial judge and stunned the legal community. It exposed the ideological core of coalition districting. It was never about minority representation in the abstract. It was about electing Democrats. The Fifth Circuit rightly dismantled the legal scaffolding of this system. It held that Section 2 refers to a class of citizens defined by a single racial or ethnic group, not a coalition of groups. The opinion echoed the Sixth Circuit's ruling in Nixon v. Kent County, which likewise barred coalition claims. Petaway aligned the law with the Constitution, closing a loophole that had permitted race-driven gerrymanders disguised as civil rights. Dr. Armstrong's role in the case is significant not only for Galveston, but also for national Republican politics. Armstrong has served as the RNC's National Committeeman for Texas since 2012 and was close ally of President Trump through his first and second terms. He was a Trump campaign surrogate during COVID, frequently appeared in media to defend the administration. Armstrong has also publicly backed Harmeet Dillon in her 2023 campaign for RNC chair. Dillon, a California attorney and RNC National Committee woman from 2016 to April 2025, was later appointed by Trump as Assistant Attorney General for the DOJ's Civil Rights Division. Armstrong and Dillon worked closely inside the RNC for nearly a decade and built a strong political relationship. Dillon was well aware of Armstrong's role in Petaway, having witnessed his involvement firsthand. When the Fifth Circuit issued its en banc decision in Petaway, Dillon, now leading the Civil Rights Division, recognized its sweeping implications. Without Section 2's protection, coalition districts violated the Constitution. And on July 7, 2025, Dillon sent a letter co-signed by Deputy AAG Michael Gates to Governor Greg Abbott and Attorney General Ken Paxton. The letter titled Unconstitutional Race-Based Congressional Districts, Texas 09, Texas 18, Texas 29, Texas 33, urged Texas to rectify coalition districts in light of Petaway. It cited precedents such as Allen v. Milligan, SFFA v. Harvard, Bartlett v. Strickland, and Thornburg versus Gingles. It's either Jingles or Gingles, I'm not sure. And it threatened legal action under the 14th Amendment if Texas failed to act. Well, you know that's going to happen. She going to get gone. Attorney General Paxton replied with a carefully calibrated response. He agreed that Texas would redraw its districts, but rejected DOJ's framing that race had been used as a predominant factor in their creation. Paxton stressed that Senator Joan Huffman, chair of the Senate Redistricting Committee, testified that she drew the maps blind to race and aimed to maximize Republican advantage consistent with traditional redistricting principles. This was a legal maneuver to avoid placing Texas back under pre-clearance. If Paxton admitted the districts were unconstitutional, Texas risked being forced into pre-clearance where its maps would require prior federal approval. Instead, Paxton told the DOJ the state's maps were legal but moot since they would be redrawn voluntarily. We'll see. Because Jim is going to dump us in an hour. Well, technically, Mother Papillons, we've already been going an hour and a half. So, there is a way for me to stay. But since, honestly, I'm going to tell you, since we have like not very many people. There's only 40 people watching. Wait, why is X not working? Is X not working? Hold on. Is X messed up? I gotta look this up. Hold on. Huh. Well, that's weird. Because I got 9 views on X, but ain't no stopping us now. I'm on it. For some reason, StreamYard isn't showing up. I don't think Cali can do it because Cali's got a problem. They have to be able to get it passed on the ballot. And everything's saying that they ain't going to get the votes to do it. There's too many independents in California. They ain't going to go along with it. And I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be able to crack it through in time. And it's in their constitution. They're supposed to have this independent thing draw it. And so the fact that they already drew it without the independent crew, it seems like Bella willing to take a dump within an hour, maybe half hour, maybe. We'll see what happens. See what happens. There she is. See. Predictably, the Texas House Democrats claimed that Trump himself had ordered the redistricting to protect his agenda in Austin and prevent new impeachment efforts. In reality, every Republican in Texas supported redistricting because it strengthened the party's position. Trump surely supported it too, given his ties to Armstrong and Dillon, but the driving force was constitutional law. Once coalition districts were stripped of VRA protections, their existence was itself unconstitutional. States could not maintain them without violating the Equal Protection Clause. The media prefers to portray mid-decade redistricting as a cynical partisan ploy. They ignore that eliminating coalition districts is not optional. The Fifth Circuit's ruling makes it mandatory. Without federal laws requiring such districts, their existence is racial gerrymandering. The DOJ's letter was not proof of Trump's partisan scheming. It was evidence that the constitutional limits were being enforced. Yet the media remained silent on Petaway because to acknowledge it would undermine their narrative. Mayor Mother Papillon says, I don't know about the rest of you, but maybe Jim owes us an hour or so because of not streaming yesterday. What say you? Well, I actually do owe an hour, but it's not for yesterday, and it's not for yesterday, and it's not for Monday, which I streamed. I didn't stream very long on Monday. I didn't stream Sunday, and it would be for I think Saturday night, whatever night. I think it was Saturday night, Friday or Saturday night. I think I ended an hour earlier than I was supposed to. So I'm going to go 3 hours tonight. But if you want me to go longer than 3 hours, it's going to cost you. It's a joke. Implication extends beyond Texas. California, New York, and other states still maintain coalition districts. Once Petaway's reasoning spreads, they too will face lawsuits. The pending Supreme Court case in Louisiana v. Calais would go even further, potential holding that even majority minority districts are unconstitutional if race predominated in their creation. That would mark the end of race-based redistricting nationwide. See, I don't understand how they could do this, because people, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, it's very rare that you have these like racially compact places where it's basically segregated living. We don't have a lot of segregated living anymore. I mean, there will be some areas that are, you get into like neighborhoods of Chicago or New York, I would imagine, or, different big cities where you have some, like, let's say, like certain racial groups that are kept to a neighborhood. But as far as like every other neighborhood except for those, they're like all mixed. Everybody's mixed. They're all like, look at the Louisiana congressional district. So I know that they're getting sued over that. That's what's in the Supreme Court right now. Texas now faces a choice. The legislature has proposed dismantling some, but not all of its 9 coalition districts. That's a half measure, and it's inadequate. All 9 suffer from the same constitutional defect. All must be eliminated. Doing otherwise is to invite ongoing litigation and perpetuate a system that was never lawful. The Constitution does not prevent selective compliance. The story of mid-decade redistricting in Texas is the story of constitutional correction. Coalition districts were built on a misreading of the Voting Rights Act, sustained by partisan interests and struck down by judicial clarity. Texas Republicans from Robin Armstrong to Ken Paxton have recognized the stakes. With the DOJ now under leadership of Harmeet Dillon, the federal government has too. The law requires these maps to be changed, and so they will. Custody of the House, how Republicans are enforcing the quorum. And this guy says he's not black, according to the I need a permanent pup cam. Well, I grift for, well, I thought the way the dog cam worked is people pay a certain amount of money and then you turn the camera on. I thought that's how it worked. Well, I said, okay, Mother Pepiones, I said I was going to buy a camera when I got 5,000 subs, but I'll go ahead and just tell them I bought a camera already. It's what you see is the camera that I just bought. So I have the camera, I bought it. It's just, I was, after I looked into it, it wasn't really that expensive for the camera. So to wait to get 5,000 subs, it was only $99 for the camera. So it wasn't like it was super expensive. So it wasn't like a big deal. So I just got the camera. And, everyone can see her sleep now. Petaway case left Texas no choice but to redistrict. Texas mid-district redistricting is not, as drive-by media insists, a cynical power grab. It is a direct and unavoidable consequence of the court ruling in Petaway v. Galveston County, which held that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act does not require the creation of the districts. We didn't. This is not. We did not. This is not the one we just read, right? No, it's not. The Equal Protection Clause prohibits race from being a predominant factor in redistricting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's also a push to do, like, Trump wants to redo another census, and actually the polling on that is like very, like 60-something% of the people polled said, yeah, redo the census, fix it. Mm-hmm. The Fifth Circuit's decision did not simply give Texas the option to abandon coalition districts. It made it clear that the legal foundation for them was crumbled, and the law does not require race-based districting, cannot justify race-based districting. So Dillon sent a letter about the 4 districts is not a partisan exercise. She was enforcing constitutional limits. They will tell you that. I think this is like just got repackaged. You know, it's 5 stolen seats Texas Republicans are morally and legally justified to reclaim them. Look at this story here, which is still part of this. Custody of the House, how Republicans are enforcing quorum in Texas. When Texas House Democrats fled the chamber on August 4th, they did so with a single objective: to break quorum and stall a vote on redistricting. It was not the first time Texas Democrats engaged in this tactic, but this last exodus tested the limits of institutional patience. Republicans responded by reaching deep into House rulebook, invoking rarely used powers designated precisely for moments like this. House rules authorize the Speaker to issue a call of the House. Once the call is ordered, absent members can be compelled to attend. The rule is explicit. The Speaker may direct the Sergeant at Arms or officers appointed by him to arrest and return members needed to restore quorum. On that August afternoon, Speaker Dustin Burrows did not hesitate. He ordered a call of the House and, in an unambiguous gesture of seriousness, issued arrest warrants for the absent Democrats. No, definitely. Congressional districts should not look like a piece from a jigsaw puzzle. They should all be like just common circles, squares, whatever, like easily, like, I don't know. And it would help, though, honestly. I know I'm beating a dead horse here because I've said it repeatedly. We need to expand the number of congressmen. We need to have, like, the number of people represented by each congressman should be around 100,000 or less people. That's it. No more than 100,000, like 75,000 per congressman. That's what it should be. So yeah, we would have 3,000 congresspeople, but Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted to buy the camera, hence that's why you asked about the PO box. I'm sorry. I apologize, I guess, for not having. Sorry. Now I feel bad. This time, the financial stick was also brought down swiftly. Under newly adopted rules, members who break quorum incur a $500 a day penalty. Unlike the discretionary fines of previous walkouts, this penalty is automatic. Burrows confirmed publicly that fines were occurring daily. Cost of apprehension is also automatic unless the House votes by a simple majority to excuse payment. Yet many Republicans were frustrated that the rogue Democrats did not lose any privileges of tenure, such as parking spots, committee assignments, or chairmanships. None were stripped of committee roles or leadership positions. Readers should note that under the current House rules, stripping a member of a committee chairmanship requires a 2/3 vote of the members present and voting. The Speaker cannot act unilaterally on such matters, which explains why those sanctions were not imposed, despite the anger of many in the GOP. Well, I want to support Jim, but not contribute to YouTube. Want to get the full effect of self-esteem. We could see sweet ball. Oh, that's okay. 27% APR. I don't know that, but he said you would just have 3,000 congressmen that don't give a damn. No, they would give a damn about the people in their own district, though. And that's the thing, is that your congressman, you should be able to pick up the phone and talk to your congressman or get an appointment to see him and say, I got this problem, I need it fixed. The fact that congressmen represent almost 1 million people, each congressman represents close to 1 million people, somewhere between 700,000, 900,000 people. It's ridiculous. You can't see. You can't get in to see your congressman. The only people who can get in to see the congressman are people with big money that pay big money. So we need to make it so that like just you, me, any Joe, any whatever, Joe Lunchbox, pick up the phone and say, I have this problem I want fixed. I want you to abolish the Hughes Amendment. I want you to repeal the NFA. I want you to repeal the GCA. I want you to repeal the Patriot Act. That you should be able to talk to your congressman and have him look you in the eye and tell you, no, I can't do that, or I will point out, Mother Papillon, just for you and for anyone else, there is other ways to support besides YouTube. There is Rumble Rants if you're on Rumble. There is PayPal. There is Cash App and Venmo, all that stuff. So that all works, but you get the spirit, but it would be a circus. See, I think it would be less of a circus. I think it would be harder to bribe for these congressmen to be put on the take. It would improve stuff. It would improve stuff for the people, I think. And think about it this way, because then if you wanted, like, say a company wanted to like push something through, they can't just bribe a couple of committee chairmen and get it done, because every committee's going to have a different chairman. You're not going to have any of these people aren't going to be on multiple committees. You're going to have the same number of committees. You're not going to have a bunch more committees. So your members are going to be, basically every congressman will probably only be on one committee then, if that. Like some might not. Well, no, I mean, some might not even be on committees. They might not even be in committees. So then they wouldn't get any money whatsoever from nobody. So I don't know. What's my name on X? It's right there, scrolling across the bottom. Jim Satala at JIMSATALA. It's scrolling across the bottom. It's right there. It says you can donate to Cash App, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Streamlabs, Super Tips. I'm gonna do the yeah. There you go. That's that. Yet, despite the warrants, no Democrat was physically arrested during the first session. DPS troopers searched, but boroughs controlled both the method of enforcement and the resources assigned. Many Republicans, bristling at what they viewed as a timidly demanded more aggressive pursuit. The frustration was not misplaced. Authority unused to risk because authorities undone. With the second special session came a change in tactics. On April 18th, when Democrats returned from their 2-week absence, they entered a chamber under new rules of control. Boroughs announced that those who fled would now remain under the watchful custody of DPS troopers whenever outside the House chamber. The point was unmistakable. They had defied the rules once. They would not be permitted to do so. Jim, how many A's in your last name? 3? 3? 3 A's. This life is indifferent. Says Democrats will outnumber Republicans 2-1 due to places like Illinois and California, so will passing and increasing. Not necessarily. I think you're wrong on that, because you think that's the case, but the vote it would not be that bad. It would be actually it'd be more likely also, Life is Indifferent and all these other people against it, would be more likely that you would get third party candidates winning congressional seats. Because if you think about it this way, if there's only 75,000 people, let's say, who vote, or total represented 70,000 people represented by a congressman, and out of that 75,000, only 50,000 are actually eligible to vote because of age, because of being able to vote or whatever, being a citizen, being all that other stuff. And out of that 50,000, only half of those people vote, so that's only 25,000 people that are voting. All right. So you only need to convince 12,000 people. You're going to tell me in some small areas, because the districts are going to be more compact areas. So you would have towns that would vote for libertarians. You would have towns that would vote for Green Party people. So you would have basically in Congress you would have almost like a parliament set up where you would have other, you would have to get coalitions together to govern, in my opinion. To be heard by who? To be heard by the Congress, or you're talking about speaking on the floor? No, the floor rules would still be the same. And think about it, less people blabbering and stuff, would be more dysfunction, less stuff getting done. That's not always a bad thing. Very scary and threatening. The passive quorum breakers had to sign before they were allowed to leave the Texas House floor. Why? Because they had already wasted hundreds of thousands of tax dollars with their little 14-day trip. Mm-hmm. Let's see this. Yeah, so she says, oh, this is very scary, threatening. Now a Dem is still on the floor because she doesn't want to sign the form and sleep in the cozy bed tonight. It's all the victim card. Yeah, so she was supposed to sign this, and so she's Texas, we know who the rhinos are. Just a reminder that these 36 Republicans voted with all 49 Democrats to choose Burrows as the speaker. That's right. So 49 Democrats voted for this guy as speaker, and 36 Republicans voted with them. So the guy who's speaker is not really a Republican. He's a rhino piece of crap. Representative Nicole Collier refused to sign what Republicans labeled as a permission slip granting her a trooper escort. The consequence was that she confined herself to the House floor, turning her chamber desk into a bed. She posted her makeshift imprisonment to X, presented herself as a political captive, yet the reality is she could have slept in her own office or gone home, trooper nearby. Her supposed incarceration was voluntary, a choice staged for cameras and sympathizers. Yeah, more Democrats voted for the speaker than Republicans, and the Republicans outnumber the Democrats 2-1 almost in the House. So, well, think of it now, Steve. If a congressman had to talk to people, how many people can he talk to now? He can't talk to anybody. Is that really? That's the whole thing. You're supposed to have representation. No taxation without representation. But what representation would you have? Do you have now where you can't get a congressman on the phone for the life of you? You want to talk to him, you got to donate 10 grand to talk to him. That's not representation. That's not fair. I will check my messages. So this is what Rick says it would look like if this is what it would look like if the government was actually transparent. They would have all these signs. Yeah, but see, that's the thing is they wouldn't be able to do this if there was 3,000 congressmen. They wouldn't be able to. It just wouldn't be. Somebody would turn them in for being crooked. They'd go approach somebody like someone would. I don't know. I have to believe in my heart of hearts that there's a way to make it work right, to make the system work for everybody, and it's that everyone has equal representation. You're tired of the drama with what? The drama with the Texas stuff, or the drama with just in life, and drama on drama channels type of thing? This was my night, bonnet and all, in the Texas legislature. Let's see what she's got to say here. This is me. Look at her. Oh, look at she had a pillow and a blanket with her all Texas thing and all the stuff, the state of Texas. Oh, she's got the African founders from enslaved people to American ideals. David Hackett Fisher. Oh, and she'll tell you how that they invented everything. Yeah. They invented Morse code stuff, the bongo drums and shits. While Burroughs tightened his grip inside the chamber, Attorney General Ken Paxton carried the fight to the courts. Burroughs had initially given Democrats until August 8th to return before seeking judicial remedies. When they did not, Paxton filed petitions with the Texas Supreme Court to vacate their seats. On August 11th, the court consolidated the petitions, setting deadlines for Democrats to file briefs by August 29th, with Paxton's reply due September 4th. A mid-September ruling is expected. Republicans impatient for justice must now endure the deliberate pace of judicial procedure. We're going to pull back that in a second. Paxton did not stop there. He pursued the financial arteries sustaining the walkout. On August 8th, a Fort Worth judge granted him a temporary restraining order, that's called a TRO, against Beto Robert Francis Beto O'Rourke and his NGO, Powered by the People, forbidding them from raising or dispersing funds to Democrats. Beto Robert Francis responded defiantly, seeking a counter order in El Paso. One day later, he brazenly violated the Fort Worth order, raising funds in public while mocking the state's authority in a coarse, expletive-filled language live-streamed on YouTube. Paxton countered with a motion for contempt, urging the court to jail Beto for 180 days. The court judges ordered Beto to appear on September 2nd to explain yourself. Said, you better check yourself, boo. By mid-August, Paxton secured an expansion of the restraining order and moved to revoke business licenses associated with Beto and his network. On August 15th, same day the second special session began, he pushed further still, opposing Beto's attempt in El Paso to halt his bribery investigation. The court ordered Beto to sit for a deposition and provide discovery by August 29th. Yeah, Beto is actually nowhere in his name. No, it's not. It's Robert Francis O'Rourke. Paxton is playing the long game, striking at the walkout financiers while pursuing legal accountability for the walkout itself. Meanwhile, the redistricting fight that prompted the Democrat exodus continued. The initial map proposed in the first special session shifted key portions of Fort Bliss from Democrat Veronica Escobar's 16th district into Republican Tony Gonzalez's 23rd district. The second session's map reversed course, returning Fort Bliss and El Paso International Airport to Escobar. On its face, this looked like a concession to Democrats, fueling suspicion that the walkout had been rewarded. Representative Brian Harrison voiced the sentiment bluntly, accusing leadership of bending to Democrat demands while ignoring Republican calls to maximize GOP gains. More Texas GOP surrender. New map still only adds 5 seats and gives Democrats concessions. We were told more GOP seats than the 5, up to 10, and I've been demanding at least 7 after Newsom's announcement. The map needs to be amended. More must go. GOP. Reality is less conspiratorial. Redistricting, especially mid-decade, is a minefield of legal challenges. Judge Jerry Smith's decision to pause the LULAC case loomed large, and mapmakers sought to minimize vulnerability. Some suggest the Department of Defense quietly pressured for a unified district to avoid splitting the base and airport across districts. If so, it would have been less about appeasing Escobar and more about maintaining military cohesion. Still, perception often trumps nuance in politics, and the optics of change unsettle many Republicans. The new map nonetheless preserves the GOP's essential advantage, and analysts suggest it solidifies the 5 pickups originally envisioned and introduces the possibility of as many as 7. That's no small prize. But the fallout has not been without collateral damage. State Representative Steve Toth challenged Dan Crenshaw in the 2nd Congressional District, found himself drawn outside its new boundaries. Though not disqualifying under federal law, the change complicates his candidacy. Democrat Lloyd Doggett and Jasmine Crockett also found themselves displaced. Redistricting is an unforgiving instrument, indifferent to individual ambitions. See, okay, I'm going to address this. Beto is nowhere in his name. In the Hispanic communities, Beto is short for Roberto. He's not Hispanic. He's 100% right. White, that's racist. What, being white? No. His nanny, his illegal alien nanny that his parents hired under the table and basically kept as a slave in their mansion, used to call him Beto because she didn't speak very good English. And so she could only say, Beto, no, Beto, no, Beto, no, Beto. That's all she could say. So You know, like if you ever see the TV show, it's Family Guy with the Mexican housekeeper. That was their housekeeper at Beto's house when he was growing up, and so that's why he gets called Beto. She goes, no, Beto, no. See, no, Beto, no. You get it now? Through all of this, the GOP in Texas has shown both fracture and resolve. Burrows faltered in the first session. Hold on.
Oh, no, doggy out.
What?
Out, afuera.
I live here.
Afuera, Beto.
No,
Afuera, Beto. See,
But
afuera,
look, I'm
Beto.
trying.
Afuera, Beto. See, that's what happened at Beto's house. That's why he's called Beto. See? That's why he's called Beto. Mm-hmm. So like Kamala learned to be black from her nanny. Exactly, from her nanny, who she thought like she claimed was her granny or something like that. And it turns out it wasn't. It was her nanny. Remember the pictures and stuff? Yeah. The GOP has shown both fracture resolve. He faltered his first session, hesitant to fully enforce the power of arrest, perhaps because his speakership depended on the very Democrats who bolted. Yet in the second session, he corrected course, tethering Democrats to DPS custody and reasserting the House's authority. Paxton, meanwhile, is taking up the task of accountability, targeting both the rogue members and their benefactors. His campaign against Beto O'Rourke and outside funders demonstrated that Republican patience for quorum games has run dry. The task is not complete. Supreme Court must rule on Democrat seats, and Paxton's legal pursuit of Beto remains ongoing. But the message is clear. Quorum is not a game. The rules are real, and defiance will not go unanswered. That's right. Yes. There was one other thing I wanted to pull up. I saw here, and there was a thing. Was it that one? No, there wasn't another one. This one. I wanted to pull this one up. Right. Okay, we're going to read this one real quick. I want to look at something though real quick. I got to fix this. It's my bad. We did not make the goal. Unfortunately, the goal ended with only one of the 5. So I'm going to start another goal because I am going to go. I am going to go at least another hour. So we're going to go. I'll set the timer for 1 hour from now, and to go for an additional hour. So we'll try again. We'll try again another hour, another goal to see if we're going to go. So we're going to get one free extra hour because I owe you guys one from the other day. I think my math was off the other day. Quick shout out to Attorney General Paxton and the hundreds of lawyers who have been working overtime in courts in Austin, Fort Worth, El Paso, and even Illinois and California hold House Democrats and their willing accomplices legally accountable. Yes. The Texas House Quorum Enforcement Timeline. Texas House Democrats break quorum, petition to vacate Rep. Gene seat, and a petition to vacate 13 Democrat seats. TRO against Beto et al. Filed and granted. Beto requested TRO. But look at all the stuff they've been doing. The second special session ends. Man, doing all this stuff. That's good. Share your progressive friends and families when they cry about gerrymandering. Here's a fact. Yeah, look at that. Massachusetts, 36 Republican, 0. Connecticut, 42 Republican, 0. Maine, 46 Republican, 0. New Mexico, 46 Republican, 0. New Hampshire, 48 Republican, 0. Rhode Island, 42 Republican, 0. Crazy. Vermont, Hawaii, Delaware, all no Republicans. In California, they did California and Illinois, they did a bunch of goofy shit in 2020 to cancel seats out. New York did some stuff too, got rid of a bunch of seats. The same thing, they gerrymandered, jerry rigged, bunch of stuff. So, yeah. We got this one. Texas House Democrat Rep Nicole Collier compares the Texas Republicans as slavers and Nazis on the House floor. That's crazy. What do you know? X just popped in now. That's crazy. X just popped in, saying 22 people watching on X. On X. Let me ask you a question. There she is. Look at her. She says, "You slavers." She said they're gonna, and she's all upset too because they're gonna. That's why the Cracker Barrel. She said they got to get that Cracker Barrel back for these cracker ass slavers. Rep Collier just got caught committing a felony. This is crazy. It's all this. It's just from the bathroom in the Texas House. Nicole Collier, 95, just tried to join a press conference with California Governor Gavin Newsom, where she was abruptly interrupted and told she was committing a felony and needed to end the call immediately. The what? Say what? Is this on? Oh man, we're not gonna be able to hear it. We're going to push through and we're not going to be deterred. Just minutes before she was told to end the call from the bathroom while the debate over the Texas redistricting mess was going on the House floor. Collier spent 2 days in the Texas House unable to leave because she refused to sign a Republican order requiring her to submit to round-the-clock police surveillance if she wanted to leave. Oh, yeah, I saw that Joy Reid stuff. I did. It said whites haven't invented anything. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, really? Really? Newsom said the fact that she was having to do the interview from the bathroom and state troopers are chasing Democrats in Texas shows how the nation has turned with Trump's office. There's nothing normal about this. It should make everybody's blood boil. He assured Collier, California has your back, and I appreciate you. Here's a video of the moment she was pulled off the screen. Let's see. We're going to watch this because I think this is going to be funny. No, what is going on here? Yeah, Ken Martin.
And all of our Democratic elected officials.
Sorry, I have to leave. They said it's a felony for me to do this. Apparently, I can't be on the floor or in the bathroom. Well, you told me I was only allowed to be here in the bathroom. No, hang on. Bye, everybody. I've got to go.
Hey, that is outrageous.
That is outrageous.
Representative
That is
Collier
outrageous.
in the bathroom has more dignity than Donald Trump in the Oval Office.
Oh, man.
That is outrageous. What they're trying to do right there is silence an American.
No, what they're doing is they probably told her, like I can imagine what they're saying is that if she's on a call from the bathroom working to raise funds to cover to do the things they're not supposed to be doing, that would be the felony that they're talking about, like bribery, or they're saying it's bribery. You're bribing people not to do their, like for the quorum breakers or something. I think that's where they're going with that. I'm not 100% sure, but Cory Booker,
leader, silence a black woman,
could talk to us. Silence a black woman. Oh, there you go. So it has to be racial now. Okay.
It's outrageous. And I hope everybody took note of that. The fact that she can't even let her voice be heard is freaking outrageous.
It is.
And this is what we're fighting.
And freaking outrageous. And boy, T-Bone wouldn't stand for that. When T-Bone and Cory Booker used to sell them, slinging them rocks and blows on the streets of Newark, man, they didn't tolerate that stuff. Looks like Newsom's all talk again, jumping in the Texas fight with Collier without proving actual reassurances of sending legal help while he owns state crumbles under the nation's worst homelessness crisis. With California leading in homeless numbers, over 880,000 per the latest counts and growing, and his own laws clearing encampments without enough shelter, the $24 billion tossed at the problem seemed to vanish in the thin air. Well, the $24 billion did vanish in the thin air because it went into all their pockets, man. Don't you know that's how it worked? Sorry, out of my ears scratching. Big words, puffed up chest, showing attitude, but where's the results? For Sacramento streets exposed. Let's see. Oh man, this guy's gonna talk, man. This guy, let's see what he has to say. He's got this hat on, it says Musgroves and stuff. He's got those glasses. Let's see.
I think I just discovered a massive money laundering scheme in California, and it has to do with this.
Yeah, money laundering.
Some of you may have seen this headline. $24 billion gone missing. Gavin Newsom, no idea where it is, and this money was supposed to have gone to tackling homelessness. Well, I think I may have just discovered what happened to some of that missing money. Okay, so this is San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria. He's been on quite the rampage in the last couple years, making all kinds of public housing deals. Except when you look into it, none of these projects make any sense. For example, $145 million for 407 units. Here's another one, $150 million 270 units. This is absolutely bonkers. How is this going to solve anything? I mean, you walk around East Village in San Diego and it looks like a freaking dump. But that's not even the whole thing. It gets even weirder. In all these public housing projects, there's one investment group that pops up over and over again, which is the Chelsea Development Corporation. Chelsea Development Corporation. Chelsea Investment Corporation. So I go to their website and they say, Chelsea Investment Corporation is focused on creating and preserving high-quality, affordable rental homes. We take special pride in our ability to structure creative financing solutions that result in the development of award-winning housing that complements the surrounding neighborhood. And then I dig a little bit deeper, and we find out that the Chelsea Investment Group is an investment fund that is based in the Cayman Islands. These are definitely the guys that you want to get involved with. But their HQ is in California, 6339 Paseo del Lago, Carlsbad, California, 92011. Now it gets even sketchier. 6339 Paseo del Lago in Carlsbad is owned by this company called 13th and Broadway CICLP. 13th and Broadway CICLP is basically a shell company that's been formed by the Chelsea Investment Corporation. Okay, let's go back to this property report. Okay, so if you go back to the transaction history, you'll see that in October 2016, this headquarters, this building was sold for $3 million, $3.15 million. But in November of 2023, it's now worth $68.7 million. How does this make any sense? 2016, it was worth $3 million. Now it's worth $68 million. Then you look at the lender, it is the Housing Authority of San Diego. San Diego Housing Authority is not a bank, but it's certainly acting as a bank right now. $68.7 million to some investment group based in the Cayman Islands. Tell me this doesn't look like money laundering. I don't know. There's definitely some smoke here. None of this makes any sense. There's definitely, allegedly, I think these two are up to something shady. That's all I can say. Allegedly.
Yes, and because it's exactly what that's exactly what Act Blue is doing. They're buying houses, they're getting funds, and yeah. California Democrats attempt illegal mid-decade redistricting. It's often said that politics is downstream from culture. But in California today, the rule of law appears to be downstream from partisan expediency. The effort by California Democrats to seize control of congressional redistricting through Election Rigging Response Act, ERR8, is not only cynical, it is unconstitutional under California law. The comparison to Texas's current redistricting effort makes the contrast all the more stark. Texas is engaged in a legal and court-required redistricting process designed to bring its maps into compliance with the Equal Protection Clause following the Fifth Circuit's decision in Petaway. California, by contrast, is engaged in a naked power grab to override voter-approved constitutional reforms, violate established legislative procedures, and gerrymander districts for partisan advantage. Yes. Yeah, I agree, man. Our election system are as crooked as a dog's hind legs. People find the anomaly are so frustrated when their reports basically fall on deaf ears. And a long waiting period, it's disheartening. It did it again. It did it again. Fucking did it again. I can't believe it did it again. I gotta do this again. Share screen. Can't believe it did it again. Definitely. Hey, look at who's that down there. There's the Bella going sleepy. Night night, Bella Bella. It's not me. It keeps happening. It's pissing me off. I don't think that was me because I wasn't touching. I didn't hit anything. I was just sitting here and all of a sudden it just kicked me out. I went to high school in Carlsbad and lived there in the 90s. Carlsbad, the name just drips. Do you remember that episode of Big Bang Theory when they went to Carlsbad to get back to see Todd Zarnecki to get back the bat lift, the Klingon bat lift that he stole? Or no, they went there with a Klingon bat lift to get back Sheldor, the something or other to stuff that got stolen from World of Warcraft or something like that. I'm the Mac Daddy, Daddy Mac. I lived in San Jose, California for a couple of years in the 90s, 80s, late 80s. It was beautiful then. And Santa Cruz was freaking beautiful and amazing. Yeah, it was great. I even worked at the Great America in Santa Clara County, California for over a year before I went in the Navy. Yeah. Let us begin with Texas. Prior to Petaway v. Galveston County, Texas operated under the understanding that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act required the creation of minority coalition districts. The districts bundled together disparate racial or ethnic groups for the express purpose of electing non-white candidates, often at the expense of compactness, community integrity, and, as the Fifth Circuit has now held, constitutional neutrality. Petaway clarified that such coalition districts are not required. Yeah, see, you know what? You're right. No, you know what? It is. I'm gonna tell you, it is definitely StreamYard, because now when I'm looking, it's not showing X anymore in my in my screen. Like, let me see. I don't know if I could. There is some weird shit going on. Yeah, there is some weird shit going on. Great American Gurney is a very nice place too. It used to be really nice. I don't know about now. Is it still nice up there, or are they having problems up there? Because the one, I'm gonna tell you, the one in California was really nice. But then at that time too, the one in Gurney was really nice too. But I used to work. I was a ride operator. I worked there. Welcome to Rula Dodge. Please keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times when you're traveling. And also on the one, I think it was the Whitewater Rapids one, we used to have to. You're joking? It's all gangs now. It wasn't. Actually, you know what? I'll take that back. When I went there, now that I think about it, on my 8th grade trip, 8th grade, we took a trip like on a bus to Great America. All the schools used to do that in Chicago public schools, and it was like an all-day trip. There was a big fight there that day. Now that I recall. So. Petaway clarified that such coalition districts are not required, and when drawn, they violate the Equal Protection Clause. Texas is not merely allowed but required to redraw the districts. But I know it's got to be StreamYard, not me, because StreamYard is now not showing what's happening with X. So something is going on with StreamYard where it's kicking me out, and now it's not showing who's watching from X. It's just showing who's watching on YouTube, nothing else. The goal was clear, to prevent exactly what California Democrats are now attempting. The ERRA purports to justify this mid-decade takeover by invoking the threat of Republican gerrymandering elsewhere. But this pretext does notwithstand scrutiny. California's own laws and constitution do not allow the legislature to reclaim redistricting power simply because politicians in other states aren't following their own laws. If they did, then every constitutional safeguard would collapse when the majority party claimed exigence. Legal infirmities of the ERRA are multiple and severe. Start with the most basic. Article 4, Section 8A of the California Constitution requires that bills be published and made available to the public for at least 30 days before any hearing or legislative action, unless overridden by a 3/4 supermajority in both chambers. The ERRA's provisions contained in the gut and amend replacement to AB 604 were first introduced on August 18th. Any vote or hearing before September 18th thereby violates the public review requirement. This is not a trivial technicality. It's a procedural firewall meant to prevent exactly this kind of legislative ambush the Democrats are attempting. To circumvent this requirement, the California legislature deployed the illegal gut and amend tactic, in which the contents of unrelated bills were completely replaced with redistricting provisions. AB 604 originally concerned voter registration. SB 280 addressed minor technical adjustments to the Political Reform Act. Neither bill had anything to do with redistricting until August 18th. As the Strickland petition rightly notes, publishing empty bill numbers while hiding the substantive content defeats the very purpose of the 30-day rule. The California Constitution requires transparency. Publishing the skeletons of a bill without its organs does not satisfy the mandate. Moreover, the ERRAA fails to meet the supermajority threshold necessary to override the 30-day requirement. It is not enough for the majority party to want expedited action. Without the required votes, the hearings in House currently planned are unconstitutional. As precedent from states like Hawaii, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky confirm, procedural rules are not optional. When legislatures attempt to short-circuit constitutional protections, the courts must intervene. Even California's own Assembly and Senate rules require amendments to be germane to the original bill's subject bills. The ERRA violates these rules as well, but the procedural abuses, while egregious, are matched by the substantive damage. The ERA's most glaring offense is its bypassing of the independent commission. Voters did not authorize mid-decade redistricting, nor did they approve giving this power back to the legislature. The 2021 maps remain valid, and there is no new census data or court order required for drawing. Without such a trigger, mid-decade redistricting is not only unnecessary but likely illegal. Its only plausible purchase is partisan gain. The partisan gain is exactly what the ERR seeks, and the proposed maps dissect and distort communities in ways that portray any pretense of neutral redistricting. They split counties 114 times and cities 441 times, far more than current maps. They fragment aging American communities in Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties, separating historically unified regions like Walnut, Diamond Bar, and Chino Hills. They carve up Hispanic strongholds in Baldwin Park, Pico Rivera, and Stockton. San Joaquin County, already a coherent geographic and demographic unit, is shattered into 5 districts. Long Beach is joined with coastal Orange County suburbs that share no logical community interests. All of this is classic gerrymandering, the very evil the Citizens Commission was created to prevent. What's this? Gurney's, Portillo's drive up, robbery, shooting, murder. Hence all the Portillo's drive-ups went cashless. California Democrats attempt to justify these maneuvers by invoking redistricting efforts in Republican-led states like Texas, Florida, and Ohio. But this argument is both hypocritical and irrelevant. It's hypocritical because Democrats have long insisted that independent commissions are the gold standard for redistricting. It is irrelevant because California's redistricting process is governed by its own constitutional rules, not what Florida may do or not what other places do. If anything, California should be a model of adherence to democratic norms, not their calculated abandonment. The ERRA's rush timeline only compounds the damage. It proposed placing new maps on a ballot measure in November 2025, giving voters a binary choice to accept or reject the maps they had no role in drafting. This is not public participation. It's a fig leaf for one-party control. The Citizens Redistricting Commission held dozens of public hearings, received thousands of public comments, and operated under transparent criteria. The ERRA offers none of this. Instead, it reduces the public's role to a yes-no vote on maps drawn behind closed doors. It turns representative democracy into representative theater. The costs are not just procedural. This is material harm to communities, taxpayers, and constitutional order. The special election required to approve the ERA would cost millions. The communities carved out part by the proposed maps would suffer from diluted representation and legislative confusion. And the public's trust in democratic institutions already under strain would take another hit when the rules are bent or ignored for political convenience. The public rightly concludes that rules are for suckers. That's why the petitioners in Strickland v. Weber are right to seek writ relief. They argue correctly that the only way to preserve the integrity of California's legislative process is to freeze the ERA until proper procedures are followed. Without such a stay, any vote or enactment will be constitutionally defective, and the damage will be difficult, if not impossible, to reverse. The courts are not being asked to weigh partisan outcomes. They're being asked to enforce the law as written. Contrast this with Texas once more. There, Republicans are redrawing maps because federal courts have declared prior districts unconstitutional. This is not a manipulation, it's compliance. The changes are being pursued through open legislative sessions, subject to court review and grounded in clear constitutional mandate. Texas is not subverting the rules, it's following them. California, by contrast, is violating its own constitution, overriding citizens' approved reforms and doing so for purely partisan purposes. One effort is law-bound, the other is lawless. This is not a matter of partisan tit for tat, it's a matter of principle. If California can suspend its own constitutional safeguards whenever it sees fit, then those safeguards mean nothing. If gut and amend taxes can substitute for transparent legislation, then the public is no longer a participant in the governance, but a spectator. And if redistricting can be hijacked mid-decade with no census, no court order, and no public process, then there's no guardrail left to prevent tyranny by cartography. I agree. And then here's Gavin Newsom saying, "It's on. See you in November." Texas Republicans have given initial approval to new maps that will create up to 5 more winnable congressional seats for the GOP. Texas House approval new congressional maps to create more winnable GOP seats. I hope you pass so Texas could draw another 5 seats along with many other red states. Yeah. This one, right? So it says states that can redraw their maps. States with Democrat control, states with Republican control. Oh, what do you know? Look at that. Huh. A lot more states that can redraw their maps in a way. And actually, Georgia can redraw their maps and get rid of a couple seats. So could Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken, and Kentucky, and Ohio, Indiana, Missouri. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of states that can do some redrawing if they really, really wanted to. And just like that, X is back. But yeah, it's definitely definitely StreamYards. And so Barack Obama, of course, had to weigh in. Of course, he had to weigh in. Over the long term, we shouldn't have political gerrymandering in America. Just a fair fight between Republicans and Democrats based on who's got better ideas. But since Texas is taking direction from a partisan White House and gerrymandering in the middle of a decade to try and maintain the House despite their unpopular policies, I have tremendous respect for how Governor Newsom has approached this. He's put forward a smart, measured approach in California designed to address a very particular problem at a very particular moment. So we're grateful President Obama being in a fight supporting our mission. California's advancing the process. I believe Governor, so he says that. But then you might want to do this. It says, now do Illinois, Barack Obama. I mean, let's look. We got this as Illinois maps. Those are some weird looking districts if they're not saying that these are gerrymandered. I mean, if you look at what they did here, how they take the city of Chicago up here in this corner. This is the city right here. And they take it, this is the city, and they take it and they run it all the way out to like counties away, like multiple counties away, like 5-8 counties away. They're running the city out there so that they could get those, basically dilute the Republicans, because I'm telling you, Illinois is like 43% Republican, and it would be more but most of the people don't vote because it's pointless, because they get, Cook County basically runs the entire state, and there's only like 5 million people in Cook County proper, so they have to spread those out and suck up as much other people as possible. There's only like 2 other places, like all the way down and by Springfield, that's Democrat strong, and then out by Rockford, that's Democrat strong. And so they spread those out other areas. But it sucks, man. It really sucks what they're doing. I mean, if you look at some of these, like, oh, why is this one come all the way from the city and come all the way out here? Or this one come all the way out here from the city? Because the city is all the way here, basically, all along this is the city. It's all the city. So Barack can go suck it. Yeah. All right, on to the next story. This one, I was like, oof. When I heard about this, I was really upset, very, very upset. So the murder of State Trooper Chris Gadd could have been avoided if not for Washington's sanctuary policies. I asked Governor Bob Ferguson about that today. His response: Mike Quigley is running for Chicago mayor. I know the Quigleys personally.
So you've used this phrase repeatedly, that we're not going to sacrifice our state's values. We have several instances in this state. I see the chief of the patrol behind you. He just sat front row at sentencing while a man was sent to prison, an illegal alien, who murdered a Washington State Patrol trooper because of our state's sanctuary policies. He could have been deported multiple times, run-ins with law enforcement, but our sanctuary policies shield him.
Hello,
Shield
Mr.
him.
K.
He went on to kill Trooper Christopher Gadd. How is that in line with our state's values?
Our job is to make sure we're adopting laws that make the appropriate balance. And the Keep Washington Working Act, adopted in a bipartisan fashion, by the way, by the state legislature, I think strikes that right balance. If folks violate the law, engage in criminal conduct, they're going to be held accountable for that here in Washington State, and whether you're documented or undocumented. So I think those are consistent with the values of the Keep Washington Working Act, and we'll continue doing that.
A follow-up to the question I asked earlier, and you made the point, if somebody breaks the law, it doesn't matter if they're here illegally or they're citizens, we're going to arrest them, as was the case with the man who killed Trooper Gadd. But the point in the question was, he had had several run-ins with law enforcement in the years that he was living here illegally, where in a non-sanctuary state, they could have cooperated with ICE to remove him from the country. There's no doubt that Christopher Gadd would be alive today if it weren't for our state sanctuary policies. We also had the convicted child rapist who was just released from prison in Spokane out onto the streets. So ICE had to go track him down in the community rather than having an orderly and safe, more safe transfer. So no one's saying, let's go round up people in the fields or whatever it is, but why not cooperate with the federal government and with ICE when it comes to known violent criminals who we could remove from our streets?
Because they like the criminals.
Yeah,
They like
I think
the
I've
criminals.
answered that question. Any other questions that folks have?
I think I've answered that question because we like criminals, and the criminals are our constituency. They have the criminal constituency. Is criminals. That's their constituency. Yes, that's their constituency, is criminals. They get the criminals, and they like the criminals. You to make an example of totally useless Bob Ferguson. Yep. Could have been avoided. Regarding the KAA being adopted in a bipartisan fashion, you'd be right to question Bob on the bipartisan BS part. Definitely. Because they say it was a bipartisan thing passed, okay? But the vote was April 17, 2019. The final vote was 27 to 21 passed. Party breakdown. 27 Democrats voted in favor. 2 voted against. The Senate's had 29 Democrats in 2019. Those voting against were Senators Mark Schlossler and Tim Sheldon, who often caucused with Republicans. Republicans, 0 voted in favor, 19 voted against. All 20 Republicans in the Senate opposed the bill, but 1, Senator Maureen Walsh, was excused and did not vote. The House of Representatives was passed on a 56 to 38 pass. 56 Democrats voted in favor, 0 voted against. All 57 Democrats in the House supported the bill, though 1 was excused. 0 Republicans voted in favor. All 41 Republicans opposed the bill, with 3 were excused. He's such a slimy liar. He's such a slimy liar. And that's why I say he's a slimy liar, and he can do today. Yes. They like criminals because they themselves are criminals. Yes, I would think that would be the case. Because they themselves are the criminals. The criminals. A legal immigrant convicted in a 100-mile-per-hour GUI crash that killed Washington State Trooper Raul Benitez Santana, who has a history of legal troubles dating back to 2013, was subject of an ICE detainer.
Tonight, California Governor Gavin Newsom's office is responding to our story about a twice-deported Mexican illegal alien convicted of killing 2 California teenagers in a fiery DUI crash in 2021. That immigrant is scheduled to be released from prison in July. Correspondent Bill Malugin tells us where things stand tonight.
Well, just listen to this, because this is about another one that they're trying to keep from.
A whole lot has happened since we first reported this story on Fox News earlier this morning. The victims' families went into the day believing that the illegal alien who killed their loved ones was going to be released early from California prison in July. Well, now they're finding out the feds are getting involved, and California is also planning to cooperate with ICE.
Oh, that's good.
It was November 2021. A fiery collision on an Orange County freeway. A young couple dead, and the driver who crashed into them, a twice-deported illegal alien.
Well, here's the thing, and they're not saying, but I will tell you. If he was already deported twice, if he's deported once and he re-enters, that's a felony. So they can get a felony arrest warrant for him, which isn't a detainer, which they try to bullshit that they do it. Well, that's just an administrative detainer. We don't have to honor that. That's not a warrant. Well, they could get a warrant, an arrest warrant for a felony. And then California has to cooperate. They don't have a frickin' choice. So this whole thing about we're going to cooperate is because they probably went and got the felony warrant to arrest him for a felony reentry. And it's a felony. So they have to hold him.
From Mexico with multiple felonies in custody for being drunk, high, and speeding at nearly 100 miles per hour.
I get a knock on the door, and there's 2 police officers.
The pain written all over the face of Pavel Osokin, as he recalls being told his son Nikolai and his 19-year-old girlfriend Anya Varfolomev, friends since they were kids, were gone.
They told me there was a horrible incident. My son and his girlfriend, Anya, basically were burned alive in their car. She was my daughter.
Anya's father, Anatoly, got a similar knock on the door that night.
He said Anya's name. I said, yes, it's my daughter. My wife came downstairs and she was screaming and cried. She said, no, 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 no.
In spring of 2022, Oscar Eduardo Ortega Anguiano was convicted on 2 counts of gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated. A judge sentenced him to 10 years. But on Easter Sunday, the family say they received this notice from the California Department of Corrections that on July 19th, he'll be getting out.
2 years for killing 2 kids. It's confusing to me. Why you give them 10 if they're going to spend 5 and then 3?
But following our reporting earlier today, the U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles announced his office filed federal charges against Ortega Anguiano for felony reentry, and he'll face up to 20 years in prison.
Okay, so as Jim told you, they're lying. California isn't cooperating. California don't have a choice. They charged him with a felony. He has a warrant. If California were to release him with the felony warrant, they could probably start arresting California people. And it would be a major problem for California fagoticians.
Prison, with the White House promising to pursue the case.
President Trump is not going to tolerate illegal immigrant crime.
That's right. We're not going to tolerate illegal
California
immigrant
Governor
crime.
Gavin Newsom's office is also responding to our story. They say they will, in fact, cooperate with ICE's detainer on this illegal alien.
It's not a detainer. It's a warrant, you lying cocksuckers. Jurors in Washington state delivered a guilty verdict against an illegal immigrant. How about illegal alien? We need to get back to call him an illegal alien. Yeah, it's not cooperate. It's a lie, mother of Papillon. Yeah, it's a lie because they're calling it a detainer. It's not a detainer. It's a federal felony arrest warrant. It's a warrant for his arrest. He's charged with a felony. They can't just release him. If they did, they would have major problems. They could lose all their federal funding, could get yanked like instantly. Like, oh, you're not going to honor a felony warrant? You lost all your money. Yeah. Fox is MSNBC light now. It's gross. You know what it has become, and that's because Rupert Murdoch's kids' wives are leftist crazy, like that broad from the beginning of the show tonight. That's basically that's who's running at Fox now. Oh, the truck U-turn crash in Florida. That was a couple days ago. I think that was Monday night. Or Sunday or Monday, I think. Yeah, I did that a while ago. And I have something on that though, actually. We have a little bit. It's not on that per se, but it's basically on if we get to it, it's on the what's going on in California with them selling licenses. Basically anybody with money can get a CDL. It doesn't matter if you can speak English or not, which is not supposed to. You're not supposed to be able to get a CDL in the United States if you can't read and speak English, because you have to be able to, follow the signs and everything. But California doesn't really care about that, Raul Benitez Santana, 33, was found guilty of vehicular assault and vehicular homicide in connection with the death of Washington State Trooper Christopher Gadd. Gadd, 27, was killed when his cruiser was hit by a speeding car at more than 100 miles an hour. And then, this teen illegal immigrant who killed woman in Colorado crash gets probation, then is arrested by ICE with family. Well, that's good. We might read that story in a second. Benitez Santana was under the influence at the time of the crash and admitted to drinking and smoking marijuana before driving. Fox Seattle reported he was swerving across the road before slamming into the rear end of Gadd's vehicle, which was parked on his shoulder. Gadd was watching for speeding and DUI drivers when he was hit. Well, he didn't see that one coming, did he? Sorry, bad joke. After his arrest, ICE issued a detainer request with the Chernomish County Jail for Benitez Santana, a Mexican citizen. He was first encountered by immigration agents on October 28, 2013 at the Southern Correction Entity in Burien, Washington, after being arrested for failing to appear in court for driving on a suspended license. He was also sentenced to 90 days behind bars and 87 of those days suspended. They suspended the sentence. How's that justice done, Corleone? They suspended the sentence after being convicted of possessing less than 40 grams of marijuana, so under 2 ounces. On October 6, 2014, Santana was sentenced to 90 days behind bars for driving on a suspended license. He was arrested again for domestic violence and assault. Oh, the Democrats, they just love the domestic violence assaulter types. There's big fans of those. Yeah. Yeah, I know. When ICE did a crackdown on the Chinese illegals, they found some more scammers selling CDLs for $1,500 that people couldn't even drive. Yeah. Yeah. There's also a big scam on Chinese driver's licenses that are coming into the country for fraudulent driver's licenses. But, I think they're going to use those for something else. But I want to read this other story that I saw, which I didn't know about. ICE captures illegal immigrant wanted for allegedly killing mother in DUI crash. Oh, look at that. That's another one. And then we got this one here. Where's it at here? Teen illegal immigrant who killed woman in Colorado crash gets arrested. I want to read this story. Okay. I want to read this story. So I'm kind of jumping around. So, teen illegal immigrant who killed woman in Colorado crash gets probation, then is arrested by ICE with family. Well, the family that gets deported together stays together. That's what I always say. The youth was sentenced to probation and community service in a plea deal for the July 2024 death of Caitlin Weaver. Is this actually going to be this person talking? Is this going to actually be the person talking?
So 24-year-old Caitlin Weaver killed in Aurora, Colorado last July when an unlicensed teenage illegal immigrant was driving twice the speed limit. And now that illegal immigrant will only serve probation and community service, no jail time, after the district attorney offered a plea deal. Here to discuss this tragic case, Caitlin's father, John Weaver. John, good morning. Thanks for joining the program. I'm sorry this happened to your daughter. I'm reading the details of your daughter. She volunteered for a suicide hotline. She worked at a drug rehab. She was an organ donor. She didn't deserve this.
No, she certainly didn't. She was an amazing human.
When you
she spent her life trying to help people.
Yeah. When you found out that this happened to your daughter, take me back to that day. What was that like?
There's a lot of denial, actually. We received a phone call from her boyfriend, and she'd been taken to the hospital. She'd been in an accident. Didn't have any details, and so it's about a 30-minute drive for us to get down there. And none of the worst outcomes ever crossed our mind. She was going to have a broken arm. But when we got to the hospital and things started to come together and we started to talk to the people and truly understand how serious things were, it just starts a devastating set of emotions that goes on until today.
So then, John, then you found out that this driver was not only illegally in the country, but was going twice the speed limit, over 90 miles per hour. And now they have decided that there really isn't any punishment because he's back on the street. He's going to do community service. He's going to be on probation.
Yeah, it's certainly disappointing. The juvenile criminal justice system truly seems to focus on the perpetrators of violence and not necessarily the victims.
John, this is what they're saying in the statement. This is the district attorney. We acknowledge Caitlin Weaver's death was a direct result of a crash caused by an unlicensed teenager driving at nearly twice the posted speed limit. We unequivocally condemn such reckless and unlawful behavior, which had devastating and irreversible results. No legal outcome can truly make up for the profound loss and void Caitlin's loved one will live with permanently. Does that?
Look at the DA. Do you see that DA? No, what do you notice?
I think.
Are you starting to notice things? You're starting to notice?
The juvenile justice system focuses on perpetrators and what they do. And in the juvenile system, it's all about rehabilitation. It's not about deterrence. It's not about, any type of justice or other thing. When they balance this weight of my daughter versus the defendant, it really does favor the defendant in looking at their potential for rehabilitation, as opposed to my daughter who is no longer with us.
John, I struggle with this. My first job was working in juvenile court, trying to help these young people. But one thing I often saw was when there wasn't consequences that really struck the right tone and message to these young people, they either committed more severe crimes or they returned to the same crime that they originally committed. Do you worry that that could happen here?
Always. That's just as a general rule, exactly what you're saying. The justice system is kind of a mess. And the attorneys in the system, they'll tell you that the system is a mess. There just doesn't seem to be anybody that's willing to go out and try to make changes with it. The DA's office made a plea bargain in this case that allowed him to plead with the probation sentence. We could have gone to trial and allowed the judge to make the sentence, as opposed to allow the district attorney to make the sentence. And so in that way, the district attorney's office becomes kind of complicit in a system that's not working very well.
Would you have preferred for the judge to make this decision to go to trial?
I think, yes, I would have preferred this to be a judicial decision and let the judge make the decision after seeing it all, because prior to the sentencing date, the judge doesn't see any of the pictures and the videos of the accident and the damage that was done. So the sentence decision, the only choice at that point is to either accept or reject the plea bargain, which really isn't much of a decision at that point.
John, we continue to pray for you and your family. Thanks so much for joining the program this morning. Condolences to you and your family.
Thank you. Condolences. So yeah, an illegal immigrant who spared jail time after was convicted of killing Colorado in a high-speed crash has been arrested along with his family by immigration authorities. Woohoo! One for the good guys. 16-year-old from Colombia, was sentenced to probation and community service for the 2024 death of Caitlin Weaver in Aurora after striking a plea deal with prosecutors. The teen, who has not been publicly named because the state's laws that shield the identity of underage criminal suspects, was arrested May 20th along with his entire family, who are also living in the United States illegally. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement said ICE captures that. Hey, what's this? Is RE the Punjabi U-turner? I think Florida should sue California for illegally issuing a CDL. I'm just kicking to SCOTUS. Well, there is a rumor, and I'm not going to tell you who told me, but a little birdie told me there is a rumor that they're talking about actually indicting the person who issued the driver's license and the work permit, all that. That's what they're talking about. So we'll see what happens. See if that happens. Community service doing what? I don't know. He's from Colombia selling cocaine. ICE got the guy right now. That's what they're talking about right here. Where the F is ICE on this douche? They got him. Got him. And she was a cutie, too. The minor was convicted in Colorado's 18th Judicial District and was sentenced to probation and community service. Oh, and thank you, Philip Coggins, for that's the second super chat of the evening for $4.99. So technically that puts us at $15. So we only need $35 more to go for an extra hour to see the Bella-Vision. All aliens, as part of the routine operation, ICE arrests aliens who commit crimes and other individuals who have violated our nation's immigration laws. All aliens in violation of U.S. immigration law may be subject to arrest, detention, and, if found removable by final order, removal from the United States, regardless of nationality. The teen will remain in ICE custody pending an immigration hearing, the agency said. Progressive prosecutor let illegal immigrant teen off easy after crash killed 24-year-old woman. Oh, here's Fort Doxy, Mom. Jim is pimping out Bella. Well, that's right. I pimped that bitch out. And she's a bitch because she's a female dog. So I'm not saying that to be mean. And then, hey, Fort Doxy Mom comes in with another $10 saying, I'll be the one to say hello. And so that's 25. So we are halfway there, folks. Halfway. Weaver died after she was sitting in her vehicle at a stop sign and the teen T-boned Weaver's vehicle at an intersection. He was in a Jeep with other minors racing in a residential neighborhood of speeds of up to 90 miles an hour. Weaver was kept on life support for 2 days before she was taken off after her organs were donated. Oh, man. Her father, John Weaver, told Fox News Digital that he was told by U.S. Rep. Gabe Evans that ICE would be taking action against the teen. Well, that's good, man. That's good. Colombian teenager convicted of killing in Colorado during a crash was arrested along with his family. I like that. I appreciate ICE taking enforcement action, and I really appreciate the outpouring of support from everybody, Weaver said. The teen was arrested and initially charged with vehicular homicide. At the time, the Weavers were told by the Arapahoe County District Attorney's offices, well, it's never mind, that the case was a no plea offer case. They then offered to plea a teen a plea deal if he admitted guilt. At the time, the Weaver's family attorney called the deal abhorrent, and in an interview with Fox News Digital, noting that the Weaver was killed during the prime of her life. John Weaver noted at the time that the teen was in the U.S. illegally and unlicensed. We had a collision where an immigration system and a justice system collided, and now my daughter's dead. The teen has a pending asylum claim, but according to ICE, asylum claims do not prevent detention. Right. Come on, peeps. Do it for Bella. Do it for Johnny. Hats off to Noam and Holman. Love their badassery. Yeah, they are not playing games, I don't think. Well, so that's a good one. And then this other story I saw, which I wanted to pop through because I saw this too, because I think there's a very big pattern, and I will say that I have some bias to this because a cousin of mine was killed by an illegal alien on a road in Will County, Illinois, about 8 years ago. Walking on the side of the road, got run over, and so to me, it's upsetting. I mean, I know it could have been anybody. It could have been It could have been It could have been a legal immigrant. It could have been an American, but it wasn't. It was an illegal alien that didn't have a license, that was driving drunk, and it killed my cousin, who was 26. So I'm not happy about it, and I have a little bias. And when these stories come up, it pisses me off. ICE captures illegal immigrant wanted for allegedly killing mother in DUI crash. Ecuadorian suspect was released twice by local authorities despite ICE detainer requests. Yeah, this is when they assaulted law enforcement. It says, how many of these asylum claims are because they are gang members' own country? Oh, a lot of them are because they say, well, I'm a gang member and the other gangs that are mad at me because we killed their member. And so now they want to kill us. So we can't go back there. Immigration Customs Enforcement captured an Ecuadorian illegal immigrant who was facing vehicular homicide charges in Minnesota on Friday. The August crash was Germain Aldado Lagaria Negra, allegedly had a blood alcohol content twice the legal limit, killed mother Victoria Eileen Harwell, and hurt her teenage daughter and sister. Despite the lack of cooperation from local Minnesota authorities, ICE arrested criminal illegal alien German Lagaria Inga. This criminal illegal alien has been evading prosecution for a vehicular homicide that resulted in the death of a Minnesota mom. What do they mean evading? So he didn't show up to court. He was dodging Minnesota, yet Minnesota didn't want to help and didn't want to turn him over. What? Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement. Let's see. Is her statement? Am I going to be able to see her statement? Oh, well, I'm hold on. Let's see.
Thank you for being with us here. To my next guest, DHS Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, Tricia McLaughlin. Tricia, thank you for being with us here today. Can you give us the latest on what went down here today at this facility? It is an ICE facility, but it's also a private contractor, I believe, working for the government.
Oh,
who is housed inside this facility?
No, I thought she was going to talk about
thanks for having me.
Okay.
There's been for days.
Sorry about that, people. I got hornswoggled there.
Protests outside of this ICE facility, Delaney detention.
Unless they're going to talk about
oversight, the limits.
That is not congratulations.
Okay. All right. We're going to go back to this because they tricked me. They had a thing there, and so I thought they were going to have where it said that a statement said in a statement on Tuesday. So I clicked on it, and it was just her talking about something else. Oh, Philip Coggins says, on a lighter note, I had my hip replaced on Monday and recovery's going great. Well, that's awesome. I will tell you, Philip, make sure you do what they tell you about like exercising and stuff like that, physical therapy and all that stuff. Make sure you're working on it, get in the pools, do stuff like that. Don't let yourself just sit around the house if you're feeling good and be like, oh, I'm not going to move because my leg feels good. I don't want to hurt or whatever. Because I had an uncle who had a hip replacement and he basically didn't listen to him, and now he can't. He's basically wheelchair bound because he can't move because it like locked up completely now, and he can't move. And so make sure you don't do that. But good luck, and I'm glad you're feeling better. That's great news. He was arrested by the Hennepin County Sheriffs on May 10th on an outstanding warrant, but then released on May 13th without notifying ICE, despite the detainer requested placed on the agency on that day. There was another detainer placed by ICE in August when the crash occurred, but the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office told Fox News Digital, but because of the state attorney general's guidance, they cannot lawfully hold individuals in custody based solely on administrative detainers issued by the Department of Homeland Security or Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Yeah, congrats. Yeah, and like Jim says, go to physical therapy. It's really worth it. If a judicially signed warrant is presented, ICE will be notified when it becomes the holding agency. In the absence of such a warrant, individuals must be released once all criminal charges or holds have been resolved. Hennepin County Sheriff's Office is committed to working with federal and local partners and honoring constitutional rights of all individuals. Doc says no pool for at least 2 weeks, but walking. Yeah. Well, once you can go in the pool, it's a lot helpful to go in the pool and move around because you can move and do stuff in the pool and you're not putting weight on stuff. And I don't know. But yeah. But do what they tell you. Don't listen to me. I'm just an idiot. In August, he was in county jail for 2 days. Despite Hennepin County refusing despite Hennepin County refusing to honor the criminal legal alien's detainer twice, ICE officers tracked him down and removed him from Minnesota's streets. Tim Walz should be thanking ICE, not using despicable rhetoric. Remember, sanctuary politicians are fighting for criminal illegal aliens. President Trump and Secretary Noem are fighting for the victims of illegal alien crime, like Arlene Hartwell. The Laughlin continued. Earlier this month, the Trump White House took aim at Minnesota leaders because the man was still at large. According to ICE, he first came to the United States in June 2016 and was detained by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, issued an order of expedited removal and placed in the removal proceedings. Look at him. An illegal immigrant drove drunk, killed an innocent mother, and now is on the run because Democrats didn't do their most important job, protect their constituents. Well, maybe Alex Pfeiffer, White House Principal Deputy Director, said an exclusive statement, but maybe they did because to them, illegal alien criminals are their constituents. Remember, they all said that. They've repeatedly said these are their constituents. You know, MS-13 members, Tren de Aragua members, rapists, murderers, they're their constituents. That's who they represent. They reached out and nobody said boo. Nobody said nothing. And we have some other, man found guilty of fatal I-5 crash that killed Washington State Patrol trooper. Sentencing will likely happen today. Yeah. This is from the Herald.net. It says he's going to serve more than 10 years. It says he's going to serve more than 10 years for the death. A Snohomish County supervisor judge sentenced a man to more than 10 years in jail. What do you mean, more than 10 years in 1 day or whatever? I don't know. Jury found guilty of vehicular homicide. Was involved in the crash, killed 27-year-old trooper. He was on patrol. And heard from statement from Gad's wife and mother, both urged him to sentence him to the maximum. Did he? Probably not. Sentenced him to 125 months. Oh, so 10 years and 5 months. And 14 months for vehicular assault. Sentences will run concurrently, so that means at the same time. And there's additional 18 months of community custody. So that means like supervision or something like that. I don't know. Something stupid. On to the next story. I know we're not really moving very fast tonight. I apologize. So we might go even a little longer because I believe someone said they're going to redirect and raid me when they're done. So we'll see if that gives me a boost. It says breaking: 75% of Biden's DOJ civil rights lawyers are gone. Harmeet Dillon just confirmed that since January she gutted the swamp inside the DOJ and is now rebuilding it for real law enforcement. This is what draining the swamp looks like. Well, that's Harmeet Dillon. That's not what draining the swamp. That's what Harmeet Dillon looks like. That's not what draining the swamp looks like. When Dillon took office as the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, 200 plus attorneys retired immediately under a federal package. 100 more resigned in protest. The result is the DOJ Civil Rights Division lost 3/4 of its woke DEI enforcing staff in just 6 months. Why did they leave? Because Dillon is ending the era of woke racial spoils, the weaponized equity, ideological lawfare, and replacing it with equal enforcement of the law, religious liberty protections, and real civil rights, not political games. So she says, I'm going to get you. She's already moved to investigate anti-Semitism on campuses, suspend the funding to colleges that enable harassment, defend religious freedom, enforce workplace rights for Americans against foreign worker abuse. That does not just appeal to the DOJ's wokesters. That just does not appeal to the DOJ's wokesters. Harvard, no more. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Case says, thanks for the efforts, Jim. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And that, I believe, puts us at $10, $20, $30. So another $20 and we'll go another hour. I don't think we're in the, I think the goal is, got 2 minutes left in the goal, but it is what it is. We're close. On elections, Dillon has pushed for real voting rights and for act enforcement, ending illegal racial gerrymandering districts. On speech, you can criticize Israel, but you can't deny another student their education or liberty. Okay. Oh, there was a $2 Cash App donation. Thank you. That was nice. Okay. Stop racist gerrymandering. Will the Supreme Court end racial gerrymandering? I think so. I think the Supreme Court's going to. For warning shot, most people in America feel like they have to lie throughout the day just to get by. Dillon said the DOJ must protect Americans' rights to speak openly without fear. In hindsight, maybe our cancel culture got a bit too group thinky. Dillon shrank this vital corner of the swamp by an incredible 75% in just 6 months. And now she's hiring attorneys who will enforce the law as written, not as warped by woke deep staters. This is Trump's DOJ. This is accountability. This is how you save America. Congratulations to Harmeet Dillon for being confirmed as the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. You know what they say that they used to call her in college. When she in private practice, when she would be on a case, they would call her seek and destroy, because that's what she did. She was a seek, and she would just destroy her competition. As hundreds of lawyers quit the DOJ Civil Rights Division as Dillon cleans house. Hundreds of lawyers are leaving the Department of Justice. A division that has become notorious for partisan litigation, focusing on Democratic Party priorities instead of civil rights. That's right. She's been kicking ass for a long time. Harmeet used to kick ass in private practice. Her and Ron Coleman used to work for, I think Ron might still work for Dillon Law Group, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he doesn't, I'm not sure, but they did some great work together. DOJ Civil Rights Chief Harmeet Dillon said the departing attorneys are welcome to leave since many had placed politics ahead of actual function of the department. Yep, that's right. Suffer, Fed lawyers, suffer. Now over 100 attorneys decided that they'd rather not do their jobs that it requires to do them. I think that's fine. They can leave and go into the private sector. We don't want people in the federal government to feel like it's their pet project to go persecute police departments. Their job here is to enforce federal civil rights law, not woke ideology. Ron left Dillon Law? Oh, did he? I don't know. Maybe. I wonder why. Who knows? But I know they're still friends. I know it's not like a personal thing. Maybe because she was leaving, who knows? The Civil Rights Division did nothing during the wave of anti-Semitism that rocked American campuses and cities after the Hamas terror attacks on October 7, 2023. It focused instead on filing political cases against Republican states, such as a lawsuit in 2021 that targeted Georgia's new voting integrity law, which was less stringent than laws in some Democrat-run states. The division has been politicized under previous Democrat administrations under President Barack Obama, Attorney General Eric Holder, and Civil Rights Division Chief Tom Perez, for example. The division dropped an open and shut case against New York Black Panther Party intimidating voters in Philadelphia. Oh, I remember that when they were intimidated. They were on beating home with these billy clubs and stuff outside polling places, which you can't do. They didn't do anything. Members of the party had shown up at polling places with nightsticks threatening white voters. Yeah. It's on camera. And they didn't do a fucking thing about it. Civil rights division has also been critical of consent decrees imposed on local police departments. Yeah. Back in the heyday of the Black Lives Matter movement. When police were accused of systemic racism. Under President Joe Biden and Merrick Garland, the DOJ civil rights division, Kristen Clark, who had a previous record of tolerating anti-Jewish hatred, have been silent about anti-Semitism. Well, that's just terrible. Then we got this from the Clinton Foundation timeline. Look at this. And this is April 23rd, 2025. These things, I know they're not timely, but the stuff came out about her saying this stuff, so I wanted to go back and look and see what people said. So, and this is from them saying that bloodbath at the DOJ. The Trump administration has forced out a majority of career managers and implemented new priorities. More than a dozen senior lawyers have been reassigned. Some have resigned in frustration after being moved to less desirable roles unrelated to their expertise. Ron just do his own thing. They're still friends, right? Ron probably praise them. I'll listen. I will know I have made it as a YouTuber, as a streamer, when I can get a guest like Ron Coleman on to talk about stuff, because there's a lot of things I would like to talk to him about. I'm kind of being facetious because I bet if I really wanted to, I could ask Joe, who could ask Ron, and I could probably get him to come on. But I don't want to pull those strings. I'm gonna try to use Joe to get like someone really, really big on. Like, I don't know. Great logic. I would like to get him on. Many section chiefs have been transferred to roles unrelated to their legal backgrounds, including the Compliant Adjudication Office and the office that handles public record requests. I was there almost 18 years. And what's happening now is basically the opposite of what we've been doing. Hello? Of course it is, because the opposite of what you were doing. You were doing some bullshit. Now you're not doing no bullshit no more. They're withdrawing everything we've done and taking the opposite side on voting rights, for example, whined in a recently departed civil rights lawyer. Suck it. Suffer, Fed lawyer, suffer. As J-Rock said, suffer. They're withdrawing everything. Yep. Dillon's memo outlines new priorities, including defending women from gender ideology extremism, restoring merit-based opportunity, and designating English as the official language of the United States. Oh. The Eradicating Anti-Christian Bias Task Force will be focused. The Biden administration engaged in an egregious pattern of targeting peaceful Christians while ignoring violent anti-Christian offensive, Pambani said at a meeting of the task force. Douglas Mackey finally won. I mean, I can't believe Douglas Mackey finally, it took forever for him to win his friggin' appeal. And they're like, yeah, you can't do this. It's a fucking First Amendment. And there's some other cases which I'm hoping, holy shit. Like, I wonder why the DOJ hasn't stepped in on the Matt Hoover case, because that is a case where a guy was selling a piece of a plastic card that was it was just a tchotchke type of thing. And he's doing 10 years. It's retarded. Great job, Hermie Dillon. Definitely. Okay, now this is another story that I saw, and I just knew you guys would want to see. So we got Kentucky judge gunned down by sheriff, allegedly ran a sex ring in his chambers. Dun, dun, dun. It was apparently a known problem, and everyone looked the other way until the judge did something to the sheriff's daughter. Apparently, it finally hit too close to home. It's a shame the only time anyone cares. I tried getting the story out long before the sheriff shot the judge. This is Smokahontas. Whoa, she's a Smokahontas. Hello. Look at her. I'll say she's Smokahontas. Mother Appalachian Mountain hippie. Proud American. Oh, I was going to say, I don't know. I was going to say, I smoke her hotties. Anyway. Sheriff shot the judge. Sheriff Mickey Steins is a hero to too many because if it weren't for him, this would have stayed buried. There's a lot more disturbing behavior happening at the courthouse and the jail that remains hidden. Well, let's see. Oh, let's see. Okay, let's see here. We got this. We got this one here. It says Ty Adams' testimony has been nothing short of heroic. Ron is a straight shooter. Yes, he did. He alleges that at 16, she was groomed by Kevin Mullins to engage in acts with higher ups at the Letcher County Courthouse with her life and children held as leverage. She was 16 with children. Her friend Lexi died in the Letcher County Jail, not at the psychiatric ward in Hazard, Kentucky. Ooh, Hazard. You know who used to run Hazard County? Boss Hogg. Until them damn Duke boys came in and got Roscoe P. Coltrane. Former deputy jailer Shara Davis confirmed Lexi's death, stating it occurred in a jail with reports of an overdose and a snapped neck. These disturbing allegations contradicted by official claims of a psychiatric ward death scream for a thorough, transparent investigation into the courthouse and the jail beneath it. Well, the jail's beneath the courthouse? Let's see. Ever since that hippie chick with the dreadlock braided armpits, I dry heave whenever a woman describes how hippie. I don't think many people know what hippie means, really. This is the same judge shooting from a few months ago, but the story just came out now because now the information started to come out of why. You know, it was accused of stuff, but now the information is coming out of why it has happened. So it's Moldy Locks. Yeah, Moldy Locks. That was funny because she said, oh my God, she used to be gorgeous until she turned into Moldy Locks. Mm-hmm. Let's see what this person says. Hillbilly Crime is the name of this channel.
I was absolutely disgusted after Kevin was shot and there was information coming out about Letcher County Jail that the lie, and I'm saying blatant lie, and this isn't slander, this isn't me making up a lie on Letcher County Jail. They lied about where she died. They said that she died at Hazard Psychiatric Health, like at the psychiatric ward, because she was on suicide watch. No, she died at Letcher County Jail. They said that she overdosed, but that she hung herself. Do you know how they shortened the phones and the visitation? I
don't know why they're showing this woman. I can't stop thinking about the stories coming out of Letcher County. Former Judge Kevin Mullins and other officials are facing serious accusations of misconduct. Multiple women who were trapped in the system are finally speaking out. Their stories are shining a light on a troubling pattern of corruption and exploitations. One of the bravest voices is Sarah Davis, a former jailer at Letcher County. She feels that Judge Mullins himself once invited her to one of the so-called dirty parties and described how the jail was run like a brothel, even taking inmates home. Even Kyogo should take notice. The jailer is coming forward and talking about how they ran the courthouse like a brothel. Carol isn't speaking out for herself alone. She wants better for the next generation and knew that when Mickey Stein shot Judge Mullins, a lot of the corruption hidden for years would finally come to light. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm incredibly proud of Sarah and the other women who stepped forward. The courage and reminder. She only came forward now because she was worried that she was going to be she's probably worried of what's going to happen. You know, like now that it's going to come out. So let's see here. We got this a nice video. We're going to do this from News Nation. We're going to check this out.
What did you think when you were working there?
That it was a brothel. It is all just it's all a brothel between all the employees sleeping with each other and sleeping with the inmates that come in. And a lot of them, they are repeat offenders. A lot of them are permanent stayers.
Permanent stayers?
It's nasty. It's
nasty.
Did you ever see anyone having sex?
I never seen anybody having sex, but I had heard stories.
So this is all hearsay. Okay.
Specifically was telling me that one of the
So if she never saw anything, it's all hearsay. It's not admissible in court. And so this could just be a woman. Maybe she's telling the truth. Maybe this all happened. Maybe her stories are real. But this could also just be a woman trying to get a little bit of fame now that this sheriff shot this judge, saw what's going on. I'm going to jump on and say all this stuff. So you got to always pay attention to these things. We don't know what's really going on here. So
places she takes male inmates was the storage room, which used to be a stairwell in front of the medication room. It's literally directly across. You can't get in there without a key. And that's where they take them. A lot of times they get took up into the courthouse, especially after hours late at night. Nobody's at work, nobody's up there, so it's all empty. It's all empty space.
How common was that?
More common than you would want to believe in the court system. Even down to some of my daily supervisors. There'd be girls sign themselves out and take them on home. It was sick.
The supervisors would take the inmates home for the night?
Yes. When there's policy, once an inmate leaves that jail space, you're not supposed to be in contact with them for 6 months. So it's one of those things. Oh, you're taking them, and then the girls go back and tell them the stories. Oh, I slept with this person when he took me home. You know, it's sick.
What would the
Oh, so okay. Now I understand. I thought she was saying before that they were signing him out and taking him home from the jail, kind of like you remember the movie Green Mile, where they took the guy to go and I'm gonna get the poison out, boss. I get the poison out, and he cleared the guy's whatever and took care of the guy's wife's cancer or all that, and then gave it to the crazy dude and gave it to what's his name? I can't think of his name now. Again, in the jail. But no, this is just people that were getting released, and now they're saying took him home. Yeah, glad they were talking about it. I personally felt it's brave and honorable when they speak, but out only when it's safe. That is when she was saying, yeah.
Sex with, the leadership.
For inmates, the smallest things, unless you're going with one of the overheads. If they're sleeping with the guard, it's mostly for things like cigarettes, time out of the cell, pops, commissary, things like that.
Wow. What did you think when the sheriff shot the judge?
A lot of the corruption was going to come out. I knew that that was going to be the beginning to set everything aside to make people come in and people's voices finally be heard. Because even I believe that the sheriff, he either knew something or something was going on that he knew about that we all might not know about, but he was doing something to protect us.
Did you know, inmates were having sex with the judge?
Yes, pretty much that's kind of the thing that everybody in the county knows, but it was confirmed to me after working in the jail, especially after being invited to a party myself.
What happened?
I said no thank you, I declined, and kind of just went back on to what I was doing. It was just one of those things of, was I just asked that? Like, did that just really...
To a sex party?
Yes.
Who asked you?
It was Mr. Mullins himself. My ex-co-workers, they come out and even ask me now not to mention it. Them participating in the parties themselves, I had another one ask me to go to another one of Mullins' get-togethers, and I declined it again because it's one of those things. I was raised better than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but she never. Wait.
Everybody knows.
Didn't she say she never saw anybody having sex or saw anything? So now she's saying she never went to the parties. So how did she know what was happening at the parties? I don't understand this.
They might not speak on it. They might not want to be involved in it because of the fear of retaliation. Because there's so many people that has come out and spoke out about what Judge Mullins has done. Even if we're afraid to speak up on it, we need to, because is this what we want for our next generation? Is that what we want for our kids? What we're going through? What our past people have gone through, do we want that for them?
The full interview is worth it? All right, I will check out the full interview on my own private time.
I want an actual community that's not based on if you got money and know people and if you're willing to get on your knees or on your back. It's sickening, and I want better for them.
Wow, her shirt said size matters. Is she talking about what I think she's talking about? Mm-hmm. It's officially on the news now. Judge Kevin Mullen was having sex with inmates, holding their lives in his hands, and even taking their kids away if they didn't comply. Tell me that's not coercion. I came to you before and asked you to send a human trafficking unit out here. You never did. Instead, you told me that the Commonwealth Attorney would take care of it. I told you then that the Commonwealth Attorney was Judge Mullins' own brother-in-law, Matt Butler, handpicked by Andy Bashir shortly after Mullins was shot. Oh, shit, so Andy Bashir's in on it. Yo, Spuds, what's up, man? What's up, United News? How's it going? Good evening, Joe. Did Joe end his stream? Is that what happened? Oh, Joe did end his stream. What do you know? All right, so we're going to get a boost. We going to get the boost. Hey, what's up, man? Joe sent you. Hello, how you doing? Good evening. What's up? Hello to everybody. Hello to everybody. Oh, my God, look at that. We're boosting. We're flying. We're flying. We're having a good time. Joe sent you. We're doing some stories, everybody. For the people just joining, just so you know, there is a slight goal. We do have a Bellavision cam that can get enacted. If we hit the goal, just pay attention to what's going on. Ray, thank you very much. Hi, Star. What's new? How's it going? So now it's on national television. You're finally going to send a human trafficking unit? Or are you just going to sit back and let me keep making you look bad? We got more of this. Oh, we got another piece of interview here to talk about. Let's see.
Normal, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So the judge would have sex with inmates from the jail?
Yes.
And you saw it?
Yes. I was part of it. I was one of them. Not just from being in jail, but coming in off the street and seeing them. Yeah.
How did they keep it a secret?
It wasn't a secret. It wasn't a secret.
Shh, it's a secret.
Why did you feel like you had to have sex with the judge?
Because he's the one with the power. He holds my entire life in his hands. He's the one that makes the decisions over whether I get to keep my children or not. He's the one.
All right, for everybody that just joined us, this is the story. We'll go back. Hold on, I'll pull it up. This is the story. Actually, I got to do this. This is the story of the judge. Okay, no. This is the story of the judge. The Kentucky judge gunned down by the sheriff allegedly ran a sex ring in his chamber. So supposedly, we didn't even read the story yet. We were just looking at these people talking about it. Supposedly, that the sheriff that shot the judge, it was because there was this, everyone knew there was this sex ring going on. The sheriff knew about it. And it was all this thing that they were pimping out female prisoners and stuff and selling them and doing stuff. And everybody knew about it. And then when the sheriff saw his daughter's name on the judge's phone, he knew that the judge was abusing his daughter too. So that's why this happened. So, but we haven't got to even the main story yet. We're still just looking at these different things and watching the videos. Mm-hmm. So, and then, but then you got to figure, we'll get to the story now. It's always the ones you'd most suspect. I mean, look at him. He looks like somebody you'd have to worry about, right? The rural Kentucky judge allegedly ran a twisted sex ring in which young women were coaxed into performing sexual favors just to get out of trouble, accusers claim. So we're going to read the story. We're going to read the story now. Mm-hmm. Well, okay, Jarek says, I actually believe this has to do with some civil case the judge had with his wife, is the word on the street. You know what? I don't know. I'm just saying all these people are coming out of woodwork now saying that, Phil Coggin said, more towards the goal to help me drift off into my medically induced haze. Well, thank you. And I will say for everybody that's here, we are now, that is 10, 20, 30, 40, 30, 40, no, 10, 20, 35. We have $37. So if we hit another 30. Okay, what's to say? Have I talked about Sydney Rodriguez Singh, who was finally found and arrested for the murder of her special needs son, whose body was never found? I didn't see that story. I'm Nanner Knows. I have not seen that story. Kentucky judge killed by sheriff ran courthouse like a brothel and traded sex for favors at twisted parties, the victim says. Shocking video captures Kentucky judge alleged murder by Sheriff Powell. That area of Kentucky is odd to say the least. Well, yeah, isn't that Hazard, Kentucky? Like the whole thing about the Dukes of Hazzard, right? The rural Kentucky judge gunned down in his own chambers last year ran a twisted sex ring in which young women were coaxed into performing sexual favors to get out of trouble. One of the alleged victims claims. Taya Adams alleges she was among those caught up in Judge Kevin Mullins' apparent sex for favor scheme that saw him and others in the tiny town of Whitesburg demand sex in exchange for cash to get offenders off the hook. Bella needs $13. That's right. Bella needs $13. Gotta satisfy Boss Hogg, Southeast Kentucky. So that's like Harlan, Kentucky, right? Harlan, Kentucky, where Justified was filmed. Southeast Kentucky's Harlan, right? Or is that Eastern Kentucky? Eastern Kentucky. Who was shot execution style in his chambers, allegedly by his longtime sheriff pal, Sean Steins. He had warned her to keep quiet about the so-called depraved ring. We would do sex parties and perform shows and have sex with them for money, things like that. Adams alleged it was consensual, but it was the thing that we were so young and that they would use it against us to destroy our lives later. Wait, it was consensual, or they were using pulling stuff over your head? Because now they're saying like what they were having some kind of shows or parties, and so I don't know, man. I'm starting to wonder about this. Adams said she felt forced to go along with the judge's scheme because she feared Child Protective Services would somehow get involved and upend her life. They would make sure to make you feel as small and degraded and belittled as possible to take your power away. Whatever that means. It wasn't immediately clear if the woman had any prior run-ins with the law or if she was on CPS's radar at the time. Okay. It was coerced. Okay. I believe you. I'm reading the story. I'm just saying, I'm hearing the things and I'm seeing the different way they're wording things, and just some stuff to me kind of stands out every once in a while. And I'm like, wait a minute. Is this something happening? You know, so they went to say it's just a given that she would keep her mouth shut about parent depravity, insisting who's going to believe it anyway? Believe though, because the whole town was doing it. Nobody cares. So the whole town was doing it. They all knew about it. So it's not a secret. So how is she keeping it a secret? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. They're all swingers. It was a big party to them. It was just normal. Separately, Sarah Davis, a former deputy jailer at the Letcher County lockup, told the outlets that she heard about the nasty and sickening stories to come out of the parties. Mm-hmm. Pretty much everybody in the county knows, she said, but it was confirmed to me after working in the county jail, especially after being invited to a party myself. I'm interested in perspective. You listen to the interview. Was it just an interview of the one person? Because I'd like some evidence, some kind of proof. Do they have some kind of messages or any type of wording or anything like that? I like some of that. I prefer, why are they all shiny? I don't know. They're all made up. The claims only add to disturbing allegations that emerged in the wake of the Mullins chilling caught on camera slaying last year, including that the slain judge had been running his courthouse like a brothel. It has since been revealed that one woman, Sabrina Adkins, threw Mullins' name into the mix during a 2022 criminal investigation into a Letcher County deputy sheriff who was later jailed for rape and sodomy of a female inmate. That's the judge. Adkins, who claimed she was coerced by then Deputy Sheriff Ben Fields to perform sexual favors in exchange for staying under house arrest, alleged the judge was in on the long-standing sextortion racket. I seen Judge Mullins having sex with a girl in the judge's chambers, Adkins told police in her interview at the time. She said that Fields, who was fired in the wake of the probe, also had some videotapes of some stuff in the judge's chambers just with girls, sexual and stuff. It's unclear if the alleged sextortion scheme had anything to do with Mullins' shooting. A jailer was convicted of having sex with inmates earlier, about 8 months ago. 2 witnesses in an interview. You are seeing a clip. Okay. So do you think, Mama Pillow, do you think they're just trying to tie the two stories together, or do you think they're related? You know, do you think like after the judge got killed, now they're trying to like take this other thing that happened and glom it onto there and say, oh, these are related, you know, or is it they are related? Steins, who resigned after the September 18th shooting, has pleaded not guilty to the charge of murder from a public official. Authorities have previously refused to rule out if a possible sex scandal was the motive behind the bloodshed. The judge has been decades-long friends with his accused killer and was spotted having lunch with him just hours before he was gunned down on September 18th. Well, I believe evidence, Kevin. That's what I believe. I believe evidence. All right. And it's one thing that I want everyone to be fully aware of is that testimony, like eyewitness testimony, is the least reliable of all testimony. Like physical evidence, actual physical evidence, like finding some blood, some DNA, or other stuff. I mean, it might seem circumstantial, but it's physical evidence. It's not just somebody work. Because I mean, there's been many a times where people have been identified and said, that's the guy, and the guy wasn't even in the country. So you got to really, chilling surveillance footage allegedly captured sheriff stepping into his pal's office and making multiple calls to his daughter before opening fire. Steins then allegedly walked out and immediately surrendered, telling cops they're trying to kidnap my wife and kid. What? The sheriff's attorney later described the execution-style shooting as a crime of passion due to extreme emotional disturbance. Steins, who resigned just days after the shooting and is being held in Eastern Kentucky jail without bond, has pleaded not guilty to the charge of murder of a public official. Okay. The sheriff was about to testify in a court case that is somehow related to whether they knew the jailer, guard, was using the judge's chambers for his activities. Is that the end of the story? That's it? That's all there is? That's all there is? All that for nothing? All that for nothing? Huh. Let me go back to this one. Where are we at here? This one here. Hold on. I don't know. Hold on. Hold on. There was another part that I wanted to. Here we go. This girl. Smokahontas. We saw this testimony. I want to see if there's any more testimony. This is the jailer talking. And then here's the shooting. These women are speaking about the judge, Kevin Mullins, and a lot of secrets. The community standing firm behind Mickey Stein. Okay. In her interview, I dedicated a great deal of my time and resources, even while facing retaliation, to uncovering the truth. What I learned is what's happened to those young women also happened to one of my own neighbors, a bright and beautiful young lady that when I began speaking openly in the hopes of drawing attention to what was taking place. Not long after, another young woman from my county came forward with a civil lawsuit. Oh, sure. I wasn't sharing this. Sorry. Okay. Not long after, the number of young women sharing such stories is deeply concerning. These women did not know each other. Their experiences are strikingly alike. Okay. Oh, shit. I forgot to tell everybody that's here. There's 158 people here watching on YouTube. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please consider subscribing. We do aim to please here at Jim Tells You, where we try to tell you the news and we try to give it to you straight. And every once in a while, I'll throw in some of my opinion and stuff, but I try to keep it as much as as much as straight as possible. We do have a Bella Vision camera that gets activated at 50 when we get to $50. But and here's a little sample. Bella just sleeps there, so she's not really she's not really doing anything but just sleeping there. So, but no, you didn't pay, so you don't get to see her. Don't look at that. Don't look at my train. Well, that's that one. So let's go. And that's this story. So on to the next story here. Next story here, we got the Ninth Circuit issues opinion denying birthright citizenship to the son of a Nigerian diplomat. Opinion properly applies Wonkim Ark to find both presence and jurisdiction necessary for citizenship. Judge John Stone, Biden appointee, writes for the unanimous panel. So this was a case that came out, and it says, judge reflects that many of the arguments raised by the United States in this case, the only difference is that he's applying the same logic to one of the three categories named in Wonkim Ark, but for that, this could have been an amicus for the government. And it says, read it. Court expert Ed Weiland weighs in. And he says, very interesting, the Ninth Circuit ruling on birthright citizenship in context of diplomatic immunity. Turns out the distinction between attaché and consul matters a lot. Robert Moncado was born in New York City in 1950. His father, a Nicaraguan national, was working for Nicaragua's mission to the United States. For nearly 70 years, the United States regarded Moncado as a citizen, i.e. passports, because it believed that his father was a consul. If his father was a consul, Moncado himself didn't have diplomatic immunity and we would have had birthright citizenship by being born subject to the jurisdiction. But in 2018, the U.S. government discovered that his father was an attaché, such that his family members enjoyed full diplomatic immunity. Ergo, no birthright citizenship, ruling by liberal panel. Link in reply. So, yeah, so. Wait, it says, YouTube creator Brian Enton did the interviews. Both are on yesterday's video if you want to look at it later. Okay, I'll check it out. The interviews. Brian Enton. Okay. Subject to jurisdiction is relevant requirement here. You can't be born a U.S. citizen if your parents owe allegiance to a foreign country. Exactly. Which would mean that if somebody who snuck into this country illegally, they obviously don't owe any allegiance to this country. They owe allegiance to another country. So they shouldn't be U.S. citizens. That's how that should roll. I shall henceforth refer to this as a Nicaraguan attaché case. And then Margaret Cleveland weighs in and says, just read the Ninth Circuit birthright citizenship case. It isn't a real win for limiting birthright citizenship because it focuses on full immunity as a reason someone is not subject to U.S. jurisdiction. SCOTUS will eventually have to consider the core arguments, which this case didn't reach. That's right. And it shouldn't be total immunity. Any immunity whatsoever would mean you're not under the full jurisdiction of the United States. That's how I would apply it. SCOTUS has to interpret subject to jurisdiction thereof the way the amendment authors intended. That's right. What they must do. And we got another case out of the Ninth Circuit, Circus. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals will allow the Trump administration to move forward with ending temporary protected status, TPS, for 60,000 migrants from Honduras, Nicaragua, and Nepal in the U.S., overturning San Francisco federal judge Trina Thompson's decision to block the Trump administration from ending the protections. Like at first, I thought this was Judge Winnie Frippong, Ding Dong Pickong, but it's not. It's Trina Thompson. The Trump administration had appealed the decision and requested an emergency stay of that order, and the Ninth Circuit just granted the stay. When Judge Thompson blocked the Trump administration from ending the TPS protection last month, she wrote the following: "The freedom to live fearlessly, the opportunity of liberty and the American dream, that is all the plaintiffs seek. Instead, they are told to atone for their race, leave because of their names, and purify their blood." The court disagrees. This lady was crazy, and she should actually be sanctioned. And the Ninth Circuit is now siding with Trump over her. This crazy lady. Look at her. Oh, yeah. Look at the Biden appointee. Yeah. And it says the government's motion pending appeal is granted. The district court's order granting plaintiffs' motions to postpone is stayed pending further order of this court. The previously entered briefing schedule is suspended. Within 7 days of issuance of the decision in National TPS versus NOM, the parties shall submit proposed schedule to further proceedings in this case. The government's motion for a stay of the proceeding in the district court is denied. Management of the docket is within the discretion of the court. See, Bigfoot Ventures. The government has stated it intends to move for reassignment of this case. Of course, they're going to have the case reassigned after what the lady said. And Corn Pop. Oh, she crying. She crying. Federal Court of Appeals grants Trump's administration pause on protection for 60,000 immigrants. Wait. Okay. All right. See, now this looks like it's going to be about migrants. So let's look. Is it going to screw me again?
Obama-appointed judge yesterday blocked another immigration policy from the Trump administration. They revoked the Trump administration the legal status of and work permits of more than 530,000 migrants brought into the U.S. under the controversial Biden administration program. Now, that policy, the Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela mass humanitarian parole program, gave nationals from those countries a path to legal status in the United States. The judge ruling instead that each migrant is entitled to a case-by-case review, a decision that won't be on hold while the administration appeals it. My next guest says that ruling turns the whole parole process on its head. Former acting DHS Deputy Secretary Ken Cuccinelli joins me now. Ken, good afternoon to you. I can only assume that by your estimation, this entire policy has been turned on its head. It's that this was a mass humanitarian migration, and now, in order to deport, you have to go case by case.
It's ridiculous. So we're going to Obama-appointed judge ruling on immigration turns the system on its head. Warrants forward due to official. A federal appeals court in San Francisco granted the Trump administration's emergency stay, halting a lower court order that preserved temporary protective status for 60,000 migrants. Yeah, I'm shocked the American experiment has lasted this long too. It's been quite a long time. But I just want to point out for all the people that are here at 187 that if we hit the goal, we will go another hour. And the way it works on this channel is for every $50 donated, we go an extra hour. So we can go for 12 hours if we get enough money, but that's just the way it works. It's, additional hour for $50. Every additional hour, $50. The way it works. The National TPS Alliance, which represents people with TPS in the United States. Well, isn't that cool? There's a TPS Alliance. Did I wonder if they have to do the TPS reports? If the guy from like Office Space comes in, I'm going to need them TPS reports. I'm going to need to see your TPS reports. And was that what they were talking about in Office Space, TPS reports? Judge Trina Thompson, a federal judge in California, delayed the Department of TPS argued that the action was unlawful, at least partially motivated by racial bias. The decision to terminate protections from the three countries, adding legal hurdles for the Trump administration, had pushed out its deportation agenda. In her decision, Thompson said that Kristi Noem's termination of deportation were likely preordained decisions that violated the Administrative Procedures Act. She also argued with the TPS Alliance, noting Kristi Noem's motives were driven by racial animus. Wow. The freedom to live fearlessly and the opportunity of liberty and the American dream, that is all plaintiffs seek, Thompson, a Biden appointee, wrote in an order. Instead, they are told to atone for their race, leave because of their names, or purify their blood. The court disagrees. That's crazy. Appeals court panel was made up of 3 judges appointed by former Presidents Clinton, George W. Bush, as well as President Trump. In its decision, the panel paused Thompson's decision while the appeal proceeded. It also suspended the existing briefing schedule and requested all parties propose new schedules after a related case, National TPS Alliance versus Nome, is decided. But the panel also refused to put a freeze on any activity in the district court related to the case, stressing the docket management is up to the trial judge. The lawsuit was brought by a group representing TPS holders, including some who lived in the country for more than 2 decades. How could it be a temporary protective status if they lived here for 2 decades? Attorneys wrote in court papers on behalf of the immigrants that were laborers, healthcare workers, artists, and caretakers have relied on TPS to provide the most basic forms of human security, a stable place to live, and a chance to work for a living dream during a time of severe crisis in their home countries. Hey, and okay, Brian Olenkamp came in with 20, saying, I believe that's going to get Bellicam activated. So we got 20, 30, 40. Yep, Bellicam's going to get activated. There we go. Bellicam. And we're almost going to get there for, we got 1 of 5 to get for an extra hour. So thank you. Well, actually 2. So that's 20 towards the extra hour. So we'll add another hour after the 2 o'clock hour comes on if we get another $30, because that's 20. So another 30 will give us another hour added on, because I've already done where we at here? We're already at almost 4 hours. So we would go a 5th hour if we get another $30. But thank you, Brian Olenkamp. The $20 is greatly appreciated. They argued that Nome declined to extend their TPS status, but was by law supposed to be reached based on an individual analysis of each country. The judge found that Nome likely failed to condition TPS terminations on factors specific to the immigrants' countries of origin. They also said Nome had given the immigrants a historic short notice period of 60 days before they would lose their TPS status. I mean, how much notice is she supposed to get? And that she and other Trump officials normalize using racial invective to explain their TPS decision. What racist invective? What are they talking about? I guess am I going to have to click on that? I guess I'm going to have to read what that is. TPS program gives DHS authority to permit immigrants who might otherwise have no legal status to reside because of extraordinary circumstances. The plaintiffs argue that roughly 61,000 people would lose their TPS status. Well, there was another one with 500,000 people that they tried to stop, and the Supreme Court stepped in and says, no, they can go. Hey, there we go. Base Jim for another 5. So there we go, $25. So we're halfway to another hour. We got roughly, I'll just tell you guys, we got roughly, where we at here? We got 31 minutes left to get another hour. Need $25 to get another hour out of me. We've been going for almost 4 hours. So yeah, so we got 20 and 5. So another 25 will go for another hour after we hit the 4 hour mark. So thank you guys very, very much. There's the Bellicam, and you can see she doesn't do much. She just lays there sleeping. So I don't know. Is it really worth the money to see the dog just lay there sleeping like that? It is a good picture though, isn't it? Nice and clear. Bella, what are you doing, Bella? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, I'm losing people. They don't want to watch Bella. So let's see here. What's this story? This is the story where they're saying about the racial invective. So let's see what it is. How old is Bella? Oh, I got her in 2017. So she was born 2017. So 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, she's 8 years old. She's 8 years old. She's 8 years old. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. What was the downer? I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. But a Biden-appointed judge said DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's decision likely violated the law or driven by racial animus. Mm-hmm. A federal judge in California delayed Department of Homeland Security's DHS decision to terminate protections for the immigrants from 3 countries, a move that adds to legal hurdles for the Trump administration as it pushes to carry out its deportation agenda. Judge Trina Thompson said the DHS Secretary's terminations of temporary protection status, also known as TPS, for immigrants from Honduras, Nicaragua, and Nepal were likely preordained decisions that violates the Administrative Procedure Acts and were driven by racial animus. Yeah, she had the freedom to live fearlessly and the opportunity of liberty and the American dream, and all the plaintiffs seek. The Biden putting wrote in her order. Instead, they are told to atone for the race, leave burn because of their names, or purify their blood. Where do they come from? Color is neither a poison nor a crime. Where did she come up with this stuff? No, the lawsuit was brought by a group. Attorneys wrote in the court papers on behalf of immigrants that they were laborers. A stable place to live is all they wanted. They argued that Noam declined or extend their TPS status was, by law, supposed to be reached based on individualized analysis for each country. The judge found that Noam likely failed to. Okay, for each country. So it's 3 countries. She could reach that decision really easily. The attorney cited dozens of examples of Trump or Noam describing migrants as MS-13 gang members, murderers, terrorists, or people who have in their genes to commit crime. So we're talking about criminals. The point of Trump's viral debate moments was he made an unproven claim of Haitian migrants for eating Ohioans' house pets. They were! They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They were. TPS program gives the DHS authority to permit immigrants who might otherwise have no legal status temporarily. Plaintiffs argued that 61,000 people would lose their status. Good. They all must go home. The Trump administration argued that the statute governing TPS gives DHS Secretary sole discretion over the designation that no one should be allowed to end this status. That's right. The Supreme Court sided with Trump in an emergency order relating to a case involving TPS for Venezuelans. The order temporarily paused the lower court's order clearing the way for Noam to end a TPS for 350,000 immigrants. They were definitely eating the geese, yes. They were eating the dogs, eating the cats. Thompson decided to stay. We had a video. There was one that women got arrested for eating a cat. Yeah, and then I'm just going to breeze right through here. We got CBS News saying the same thing, that Trump administration can now end deportation protection for thousands of migrants from Honduras, Nepal, and Nicaragua. Nepalese. I didn't know we had a big Nepalese. Lower court blocked the thing. Yeah. Did you see rant since StreamYard sucks? No, I didn't see there's a rant. Hold on. I did not see a rant. Oh, shit. So there's just because West Pro for $10. I believe that is, if I'm not mistaken, I think that, yeah, that's, what's his face? I know who that is. Thank you. So, okay. So that's 10. And on top of the 25, that's $35. Yep. So that puts us at so that puts us, thank you, I got it. I didn't see it before. So that puts us at 25, 35. So $15 comes in the next 26 minutes and 41 seconds. We will go another hour. Okay, where are we at here? But but on Wednesday, Circuit Court of Appeals for Ninth District put that really on hold. Tens of thousands of migrants from Nicaragua, Honduras, and Nepal rely on TPS, and they don't have any other means to stay legally in the U.S. Well, that'll happen. That will happen. Prior to the ruling, Trump sought to end TPS, American Civil Liberties Union. They're heartbroken by the decision. They lived in the U.S. for years. Their kids are U.S. citizens and have never been to Nepal. The ruling leaves us and thousands of other TPS families in fear for uncertainty. Now, here's a question. How are they citizens? Because if they're here on TPS, temporary protected status, it specifically says when they were arguing the 14th Amendment that temporary visitors, sojourners, or travelers are not considered to be, their kids are not considered to be citizens. That's in the Senate language. So I'd like to see that Joe ended on Judge Caprio dying. Who's Judge Caprio? I don't even know who that is. Was that somebody he knew? So if they're here temporarily, it's temporary status. I don't see how they became citizens. They're not permanent residents. They're temporary residents. It's like a visitor's visa. So that should not be. So okay, on to the next story. This is another crazy ruling which I don't really know about. So the mandate hasn't issued by the DC Court of Appeals, which is basically the appellate court closing out the appeal and sending it back. So district court judge who was reversed enters order saying keep obeying my order. This is nuts. So it says upon consideration of the emergency motion for a stay pending rehearing en banc, which includes a request for an administrative stay, it is ordered that the request for administrative be denied because this court's mandate had not yet been issued. The preliminary injunction that requires the government to oblige probative funds remains in effect. What? The court will now hold a status conference on August 25th. Defendants are reminded, consistent with the en banc DC's order this morning, that the preliminary injunction that requires the government to obligate the appropriate funds remains in effect. Defendants accordingly remain under the obligation to take steps to comply with the preliminary injunction, absent further order from the court, circuit or this court. The defendants have previously represented it remains feasible to comply with the requirements to obligate the appropriate funds that they deployed a plan to do so. Defendants should be prepared to discuss at the hearing what steps have taken need to ensure compliance remains feasible. Signed, Judge Amir H. Ali, another foreign-born. This is a Canadian judge who's given. You know what? It's time. This has got to end. What do you think is going on here? Denial from an en banc, and the price of getting en banc denied was a few more days of nonsense while the dissents are written. This should be going. They should already just appealed this to the Supreme Court, which they should have did. Oh, this is something important I want everyone to pay attention to. This is very, very important. Oh, Judge Carpio was an elderly judge of Rhode Island. That had a pretty big. Oh, okay. Now I know who you're talking about. The judge. He's always doing those goofy things. So as I type this, I'm boarding a flight to Geneva, Switzerland. Next week is the most dangerous week of the year for American gun owners. Dun, 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 dun. Look, he's serious. He's boarding a plane. He said, the United Nations Small Arms Treaty has been the gun control lobby's crown jewel since Barack Obama sent it to the Senate a decade ago. Year after year, we've worked tirelessly to stop its ratification. But here's the terrifying truth. The UN and their allies in the DC swamp are working in secret to implement the treaty's provisions anyway, without ratification, without your consent, without a single vote in Congress. The scheme isn't about stopping terrorists or warlords. The treaty is a Trojan horse for a global gun registry tracking every end user, international control over your firearms, all designed to undermine the Second Amendment and strip away America's sovereignty. For decades, the gun control lobby has dreamed of forcing international norms on sovereign nations. From Europe to Latin America, the UN has already pressured governments into tighter gun control by signing this treaty. Now they want America next. Don't forget, the Obama administration signed this treaty in 2013 and President Trump unsigned it in 2019. Even with this action, Washington bureaucrats continue to send your tax dollars and reports to UN meetings. They act like the treaty is already law. That's why this fight matters. If we don't stop it once and for all, UN Small Arms Treaty will become the backdoor to a worldwide gun registry and the destruction of American sovereignty. Once again, NAGR, the National Association for Gun Rights, will be toe-to-toe with the globalist one-world dictators in Geneva, and we won't be alone. The real SNS is joining us to speak on how the UN is weaponizing gender-based violence rhetoric to push their gun control agenda. They're honored to be invited. Carrie Salone, Stilettos and something or others. Excited to be invited to National Gun Rights to join to speak on gender-based violence and gun right arms treaty. This conference in Geneva, Switzerland. Oh, she's a cutie patootie. Carrie Sloan, speaker, gender-based violence. Gun owners worldwide must understand this is no longer just a domestic battle. It's global. Yeah, F the UN, that's right. Judge Caprio was a good judge. Joe ran a clip of him dismissing a fine when he found out the guy was a Vietnam vet and on a fixed income. And if we fail to act, the UN and their allies would dictate the terms of that fight. Your freedoms are on the line. Before the UN meetings begin on Monday, sign this petition to President Trump demanding he end this global gun control scheme once and for all. Together, we can stop the gun control's crown jewel and its attacks. That's right. I'm going to put this link in here if you guys want to go ahead and do this. And we're going to copy this. Copy. I'm going to put this in the chat. And if you guys want to go and sign up to tell them to stop this crap, this is the link for that. And I'll put it in a Rumble chat too, because I like that. Okay. All right. Go on over there. You can sign up. It's just a thing to just, just to tell them to, tell them to sign a petition, tell them to knock the shit off. Deputy Director for Conventional Arms Threat and Reduction in the Department of State, William Malzahn, relayed the interests of the Biden UN Arms Treaty status update. So this is the Biden administration. They've come to Washington this week to take the floor and to underscore the continuing commitment of the United States to its responsible international trade in conventional arms. So the United States. So Biden was trying to basically trying to sneak us into this thing, even though it wasn't approved by the Senate. Meaning, China supported the small arms thing, and the Chinese, which we know they don't like anybody. The future looks grim for American gun rights, with the Biden State Department pushing the U.S. back towards treaty implementation, combined with ominous rise in the Chinese as a dominant new player in administration of the small arms treaty. Right? It says, if you have 3 minutes to say exactly how you felt about the UN to their faces, what would you say? That's the question that team posed to Niagara President Dudley Brown. This was his answer. Let's see what Dudley Brown has to say.
The National Association for Gun Rights.
Thank you, Mr. President. Currently, the U.S. is home to more than 500 million civilian-owned firearms, 10% of which could be defined as assault rifles.
No.
Does the UNATT deal with a nation with not only so many small arms, but whose very foundation and national identity is wrapped around armed defiance? It's an inherent challenge to the state monopoly on small arms. Now, Mexico is trying a new method. They are suing U.S. small arms manufacturers in U.S. court, attempting to dodge the corruption and cartel issues that drive Mexico's rampant violence. This will, of course, fail. North Korea and China have a more traditional approach to citizen disagreement. We all know what that looks like. What Mexico, China, and many others here don't understand is that the world has changed. The internet has made so much of it obsolete. We are in the age of free men with arms, men who have decided that they will have no masters. And those men are circumventing your control.
Hey, I just noticed that there's 150 people watching on YouTube and there's only 90 likes. Come on, people, hit that like button. It don't cost nothing. Just hit the like button. It really helps with the algorithm and all that jazz. And leave a comment, and talk and stuff, and help me out here. We're trying to grow this channel. It's slowly been growing, and it's actually doing pretty well in all reality. I mean, we're up to 1313 subscribers. And I mean, if you look at the way it was going, it's going up ever slowly, and it really helps a little bit. So please, hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't already subscribe, and help us out here.
Controls, including anything the UN may implement. The state monopoly on the tools of liberty is now over. Using plans downloaded on the internet, people are printing firearms in their homes and using them as a rudder to chart the course against oppression and giving teeth to their discontent. This is a very good reason that every successful dictator in the 20th century went out of their way to disarm citizens before enforcing the tyranny that would get them shot. But those days are over. You laugh, but it's true. I am not concerned with the praise or good opinions of dollar store dictators or bureaucrats. I'm only really now speaking to the people of the world, not just the CSP. The simple fact is that your government cannot keep you safe. It is neither their desire nor their objective. They seek only your obedience and subservience. They do not disarm you to keep you safe from yourself. They disarm you because they fear how you will react when they step out of line. They are either in bed with the criminals who oppress you or are the very criminals that dole out the oppression. Good men of the world, if you have arms, don't give them up, no matter what people here might say. Jealously protect and defend your ability to resist. They will be what stands between you and your self-determination. To those who have no arms, shake your system in order to secure them. Your arms can be the torch to light the path toward a better world, toward a future of your own making. Thank you.
That's awesome.
I thank you.
Well, that was pretty cool. Is there anything else?
Thank you. What should I say? I mean, it's a free world. As a proof, you can speak, and this is clear. I was smiling, not laughing, because given my physical position, I could see how many eyebrows you raised in the room. So everybody was looking here on the screen behind.
Oh, okay. So, let them know your own thoughts here. This is one of those guns you see here, and it's probably one of the best arms that'll hit printers in the U.S. Costs less than $100 to produce one. Available in 380 and soon to be 9mm. You can make one of your own barrels with ECM tools. All you need is electricity, water, and other tools. Easy to repair. Thousands of rounds through them. Easy to take care of. The future is now. We are free men. Introducing a new brace for the Decker. No, I don't know what this is. What kind of gun? I don't know. I don't think you're allowed to show this stuff. Not even made it easier to own your PCC out of parts. Okay. Live free or die. Exactly. All right. And then we got this. Oh, this is crazy, man. This is some crazy stuff. A student was banned. Oh, I forgot. Instagram ends at 4 hours. Damn it. All right. Sorry. I want to say goodbye to X too after 4 hours. Goodbye, X. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube or Rumble or Facebook. But since Instagram got kicked off, I'm going to kick X off too because I don't really, I don't know. I don't really care about X that much. All right, so now we're just on YouTube, Rumble, and Facebook. I totally forgot to do the end. I got to end the live stream on Instagram. Yeah, Instagram has a 4-hour time limit for. Yeah, once the Gen Xers are gone, I don't know. There's some good looking ones. Not good looking ones. I mean, Gen Zers or some of them. I saw there was some good stuff I saw the other night, which I could pull up that I thought was really good. Maybe I'll pull that up in a second before we end the show, just to make sure that. Maybe I'll pull that up in a second. Let's do this first, though. A student was banned from attending his own graduation ceremony after proclaiming boys are boys and girls are girls. Huh. That's crazy, right? That's just nuts, though.
You know, a lot's happened. Wasn't able to walk at graduation. My offer to work for the Forest Service was rescinded, but that's a part of life as I'm learning, and I'm going to continue to grow from here. I'm not going to dwell on it. You know, a lot's happened.
Okay, so there's this. We have arrived at the truth, the new hate speech. And then we got this one. It says, scoop, in Loudoun County, there were 3 boys that were involved in a Title IX investigation, but only 2 were suspended. Why? Because the 3rd boy was a Muslim, so the progressive administrators didn't want to punish him. All the families are united in their anger over this action by the school district. There's a press conference this afternoon. All 3 families will be present. Press conference discussing the Loudoun County administration's actions. So let's see.
Loudoun County Public Schools determined that 2 16-year-old boys were guilty of sexual harassment and sex-based discrimination under Title IX. Their supposed defense? They simply expressed confusion and discomfort when a female entered the boys' locker room and secretly...
We're still here, J-League got. We're still going strong.
Both boys have been banned from campus, preventing them from participating in academic and extracurricular activities that are crucial for the first 2 weeks of school. One of them, though no longer even a student in the district, was still targeted to be made an example. The other has been ordered to meet with administrators to develop a behavioral correction plan, which we can only assume will involve required compliance to the school district's gender ideology indoctrination.
Wow.
The Founding Freedoms Law Center, in partnership with America First Legal, is preparing next steps to defend these boys. In fact, we were moments away from filing for immediate injunctive relief in federal court to prevent one of the boys from being suspended for the first 2 weeks of school. But last night, we filed a Title IX appeal with LCPS, which thankfully has put a pause on the suspension for now. If LCPS fails again to do the right thing, we will have no choice but to pursue swift legal action in the coming days. Aside from the obvious free speech violations and the gross misapplication of Title IX, we are also deeply troubled by the discriminatory nature of LCPS's actions, as evidenced by the fact that while a student of the Muslim faith was charged with the same allegations, was rightly acquitted, the two boys of Christian faith were still found guilty and punished. While we are celebrating our success in protecting at least one of our clients from unjust charges, that disparity raises serious concerns. But the bottom line is, by making an example out of these boys and punishing them for simply complaining about a girl in their locker room, LCPS is showing open defiance of the U.S. Department of Education's Title IX compliance demands and a disregard of the boys' constitutional rights. As we explore every legal option, we strongly urge the U.S. Department of Justice to intervene and correct this injustice.
That's right. Harvey Dillon needs to intervene. Loudon County, take them all down. Get them. Get them. The new Loudoun County Public Schools will punish two boys who expressed discomfort that a female student used the boys' locker room. LCPS found the boys guilty of sexual harassment and sex-based discrimination. It's crazy, right? Hey, D-Watt, what's up, buddy? Boys face 10 days suspension. Read. So Loudoun school boys uncomfortable with biological girl filming them. The female student identifies as a boy and recorded the boys in the Stonebridge High School locker room. It was reported to LCPS that the female student took out her phone and recorded one of the boys using the bathroom in the locker room. Oh, Joe, what's up? Good night. Got this job thing to do in the morning. God bless. God bless you too. Yeah. What the hell? This is BS. The girl went into the boys' locker room and filmed them. She should be charged with voyeurism. She should be charged with actually, if they're underage, she should be charged with producing child pornography. Hey, yo, Jay. What's up, D-Watt? Nice to see you, buddy. Law Rex. Can you look into this? AAG Dillon, that's right. Earlier this year, they reported was that the LCPS launched Title IX. The female student who identifies as male was the one who recorded the video in the locker room, a violation of district policy. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. That's crazy, ain't it? That's just crazy, 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 crazy. Oh, okay, I did have that pulled up. We got from Libs of TikTok. Yeah, it's the girl who should be charged or whatever. Yeah. Two male students were found guilty after a girl pretending to be a boy filmed them in the boys' locker room expressing how they felt uncomfortable with her being there. Now the male students are the one being punished, not the girl who invaded their space and filmed them. Boys were given 10 days sentence, a non-contact order, and they must file a mandatory corrective plan. The school needs to be investigated immediately. Mm-hmm.
I'm so uncomfortable with a girl. Nah, female, bro. Get out of here. Whoa! Yo, shame. What the hell?
I'm not saying I don't have them. You can't make fun.
Wow. Yeah, I thought it was against the law to be filming people, and if you homeschool your kids, they won't fit in with society. Yeah, look at this. I don't think you want to fit into that. Mm-hmm. Show me a man who gets rich by being a politician, and I'll show you a crook. Harry S. Truman, Clown World. If genitals don't define gender, why is removing them affirm it? Yeah, it's crazy, right? Doesn't make no sense. So what? This is BS. The girl went into the boys' locker room. She should be charged. Yeah, can you look into this? Definitely. And then here's this other one. This is crazy. This is also Virginia. Virginia's got some weird stuff going on, man. Fairfax County, Virginia superintendent is mocking the Justice Department. And I did send a message home to families on Friday, and we're going to continue to be a school district that welcomes and includes all students, regardless of what the Civil Rights Division has recently said. And we do expect some type of response at some point later this week. But until then, we're excited about welcoming our students back to school. Yeah, so let's see. So they're basically throwing down the gauntlet. We'll see how it works out.
This morning from the superintendent of Fairfax County, one of the districts defying that order.
I did send a message home to families on Friday, and we're going to continue to be the school division that welcomes and includes all students, regardless of what the Office of Civil Rights has recently suggested. And we do expect some type of response at some point later this week. But until then, we're excited about welcoming our students back to school.
Now, the 5 districts could lose millions of dollars in federal funding, and we're working to learn more on the specifics of exactly what money could be cut.
We heard.
Well, I would think also they could get arrested for violating people's civil rights if they're, Fairfax has all kinds of problems. Let's look at this. What we got here? Or is this?
The next story seems too sickening to be true. Tonight, we're learning that a Northern Virginia high school stands accused of helping students get secret abortions. After a report by the WC Dispatch, the Fairfax County School District is investigating allegations that officials at Centerville High School arranged and bankrolled abortions at Fairfax Healthcare Center back in 2021. Now, both of the students say they were underage at the time. One says she got the abortion at 17. The other told the Dispatch that she was 5 months pregnant and was pleading to keep her baby. But the school social worker, Carolina Diaz, allegedly told her that she had no choice. Well, the girl ended up bolting from the clinic, we're told. Here to discuss is Carrie Lucas, a Virginia president and parent at the Independent Women's Forum. Carrie, while we haven't spoken to these students, they told the WC Dispatch that this was kept hidden from their parents. Now, if that's true, that means that it looks like taxpayer money was going to fund secret abortions for minors without consent from any adult. What can you tell us tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it really is just outrageous. It's the latest example of just how really out of control some of these schools have gotten and no longer being in their lanes and displacing parents. This is money that is supposed to be going to educate kids. And unfortunately, if these allegations are true, it was doing the absolute opposite and was being used to pay for an abortion, which is just, everybody, I think, recognizes that this is simply outrageous.
Well, Fairfax County Public Schools told The Angle that they have serious questions about the allegations, and at no time would the situation be acceptable in the Fairfax County Public School system. They say there is an external investigator to get the facts out there and will take the appropriate actions as necessary. Well, look, again, these are allegations. They do have to investigate them. We also know that Fairfax County Public Schools and the superintendent, head of the board, a lot of the board members are incredibly left-wing. They're real problems. All I hear from parents that they hate the public schools in Northern Virginia. They're good, some good teachers, some good administrators, but it's run in a left-wing radical fashion. So I guess a lot of people say it wouldn't surprise me. It actually wouldn't surprise a lot of people if true.
If true.
Yeah, I think that's certainly true, but I feel like we can look at this a little bit as a cup half full moment, in that you do have a teacher who came out and is standing with the girls and helping blow the whistle on this. So it does seem like that there's some hope that things might be starting to change. People might be getting more emboldened, and I certainly hope that's the case as we do head back to school. That parents remember, you have a right to know anything that's going on in schools. Demand information. You deserve to know your kid's curriculum and what's going on in schools. Don't let the schools push you aside, because it's their job to keep you informed. And I do think a lot of teachers out there and some good administrators recognize that this has gone too far and are likely to be willing to stand with you.
Well, that is good news if that's the case. Fairfax County Public Schools has a policy, by the way, about counseling pregnant students, and it states that if a student requests counseling services or is considered to be in need of such services, school staff members should refer the student to the public health nurse or Fairfax County Department of Health and avoid influencing the student regarding the pregnancy. So if the allegations are true, they seem to be in direct contravention to the policy as stated.
Absolutely. I mean, this would be so far out of bounds that I think that a lot of even Fairfax County Public Schools is saying that that this is wrong if this indeed happened. So I do think that this will be, hopefully we'll see a full airing of what exactly happened in this, and hopefully some accountability, because you're right that Fairfax County has gotten away with a lot, and it's time for things to be changed and not just brushed aside. And the good news is you have the Trump administration that's willing to come in and also help and apply some federal pressure if necessary.
Federal involvement may be necessary, and parental rights must be preserved. Carrie, as always, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, there's that. And then how is this remotely legal? It's not. And then Governor Youngkin says, I'm deeply concerned with the allegations that Fairfax County schools officials arrange for minors to get abortions without parental consent, and many may have misused public funds to pay for them. I'm directing the Virginia State Police criminal investigations to open a full criminal investigation into this matter immediately. It's unbelievable. Yeah, it is. All right. And then, back to this, it's the same thing. Girls and boys' locker rooms, boys object to invasion of privacy. School suspends the boys for sexual harassment of the girl because the boy objected to her filming in a boys' locker room. Schools are now hostile environments for boys. This is all in Virginia. It's all in Virginia.
Renee, I think people watching this can't believe that this is actually happening in the United States of America. What can you tell our viewers tonight about what went down and how this was turned on your son?
So this started with a girl filming in the locker room, and boys in the locker room have made the comment, why is there a girl in here? You can hear the audio. Why is there a girl in here? There's a girl in here? And that turned into a call from the Title IX coordinator saying that my son is now being investigated for sexual harassment and sex-based discrimination.
Well, Victoria, to me, this is an obvious civil rights issue. I assume you've alerted the Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, about this. They're following up on cases like this all across the country. What can you tell us tonight about that?
Well, they know as well as we do that Loudoun County, every time they're given the opportunity to make the right decision, they double down on the wrong path, whether that's when they've had a sexual assault or when they're rejecting federal funds, or in this case where they are targeting these boys and they are weaponizing Title IX against them.
Wow. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Wow, that's just nuts. Patriarchy. It's the patriarchy. It's all the patriarchy's fault. Versus genders and imagine the outcry. I'm sorry, but I cannot see any difference between banning men from women's spaces and banning women from men's spaces. Why are feminists so utterly self-centered to make a gender-neutral issue into something that only affects women? You cannot hate anti-male feminists enough. That's right. And then, here we go. Carmen Dillon says, under this Justice Department, the following federal law is non-negotiable. Boys and girls have a right to privacy in intimate spaces. Schools or teachers stating they will ignore us will see about that. That's right.
And well, meanwhile, the Civil Rights Division over at the Department of Justice has changed its orientation and is actually, trying to enforce civil rights, including on issues like Title IX. What's the latest on the DOJ's approach to Title IX?
Well, Title IX has been something that we jumped right into at the beginning, and this has been a big priority for the Trump administration, and it's at multiple levels. So at the college level, we are engaging in conversations with universities that we're entering into settlement negotiations with, and many of those have Title IX components. For example, University of Pennsylvania has agreed to not allow boys to compete, men to compete in young women's sports. We're looking at situations where universities are requiring sororities, fraternities to admit people of the opposite sex and what their preference is, and we're trying to get them to stop doing that. We're emphasizing privacy, but I want to also let your viewers and listeners know that we're actually also focusing on K through 12. That's a very important priority. And right here in our backyard in DC, in the suburban Maryland areas, you're seeing open defiance of federal law and Title IX in these suburbs. You're seeing these schools punish two boys who complained about a young woman identifying as a boy, coming into their locker room. We believe both boys and girls have privacy rights, and they're being violated by Virginia schools. We're seeing this happen in other schools as well. And I'm engaged in litigation on behalf of the DOJ in California against California Interscholastic Federation, which administers the school sports in California and allows boys to compete in girls' sports, take their trophies, take their opportunities for scholarships, and take away their self-confidence. This is completely unacceptable, contrary to the law, and we're not going to stand for it at this Department of Justice.
Well, actually, one report that's coming out from the backyard over there is Loudoun County. Their public schools are now going to maintain a policy apparently allowing so-called transgender students, boys who believe they are girls or the reverse, to use facilities that match their gender identity despite an order from the DOE. How's the DOJ going to be dealing with situations like this?
Well, we also sent a letter to Loudoun County on this issue, and I saw this member of the school board, I believe, or administrator mouth off about this, how they were going to ignore the Civil Rights Division of Department of Education and presumably DOJ. We'll see about that. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome that Harmeet's getting it done. Harmeet's the one that's doing it. She's talking about LCPS Superintendent Aaron Spence, this guy. Yeah, we're going to see him. Does my head look like this because you return? So we're going to get girls out of boys' sports, i.e. wrestling, and out of boys' locker rooms, which females invaded in the 70s for equality. Stop girls from any boys' institutions like Mace and Citadel, and address the fact that boys are falling behind in schools due to anti-male stereotyping. Yeah. This is the kind of denialism Southern Dixiecrats were infamous for during desegregation. It's no less repugnant today. American boys and girls have the rights and dignities and privacy, and creepy adults should back off and let them be. Yes, because here's this guy, Representative Bobby Scott from Virginia, says the Northern Virginia school systems are on firm legal grounds. The president cannot change the law by executive order. Virginia schools defy education department to remain transgender. Actually, it's federal law. It's saying the Defending America's Futures Act. Here we go. Congress claims executive order exceeds authority by directing federal agencies to verify voter eligibility using existing immigration laws. But Section 4 blocks DOJ access. This bill is, why is this DOJ has been all fucked up lately? Yeah. Dylan has been a hero, and she's awesome. Yes, and it's no measure of health to be a well-adjusted, to be profoundly sick society. Yeah, we aren't sure. I don't know. We'll see. And here's the story. It says Loudon School suspends boys uncomfortable with biological person in the schools. Well, I'm not going to watch the whole video because I want to see this. They will suspend 2 boys who attend Stonebridge High School because their interaction with a female student who identifies as male and chooses to use the boys' locker room. Well, that's good. No, I will not go to bed. It's not, man. No, stop, Dad. I don't want to go to bed. I don't want to go to bed. Earlier this year, they reported that they launched a Title IX investigation into the students who were recorded. The female student who identifies as a male was the one who recorded the video, a violation of the district's policy. Yeah, the punishment includes 10-day suspension. It's weird too that they didn't suspend the Muslim kid too. But there was this too. I wanted to real quick. The mother at the Achalucha schools in Florida reveals that her son was nominated by his teacher as the most likely to become a dictator because he was conservative and liked World War II history. The teacher also allowed students to label him as a Nazi-phile. Wait, what? What?
My son, 6 years old, was prohibited from sitting next to his friend on the school bus because a parent objected to my perspectives on book challenges. My older son's history teacher allowed students to label him a Nazi-phile simply for his interest in history and participation in ROTC. She later nominated my son as the most likely to become a dictator and had his classmates vote on it and try to force him to the front of the class to receive the certificate, which he rightly refused, all because of his conservative values and our perspectives.
Thank you. James.
I would have done a little more than just nothing more than deranged leftist deranged. These people are horrible, horrible people. All right. I'm going to move to some other stories that I wanted to get into because I saw this. And these are a couple things that were from last night that I didn't get to because I didn't stream. But I definitely want to do these before I cut it off in the evening. Even though I didn't hit the goal, I'm going to go a little bit longer just to get this over. So it says, this lady's entitled. This is, I don't know if you guys seen this Jubilee stuff. I don't know. This might get me hit. So that's why I'm going to do it at the end here in case I got to clip it out. This lady's entire intellectual training is just a condescending style of speaking and retreating to vulgar vagaries. This has been the sole output of universities for over a decade now. The young man clearly just read about things on his own online. So wait.
Are in the streets who are committing violent crimes consistently. A $50,000 check, it's not going to fix anything. It's not going to increase the median household income in the next 10 years by 10% to 20%. For example, we have the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. We prevented Chinese people from getting citizenship and even entering the country. We discriminated against them and basically put them under apartheid, even here in the United States. Yet they have the highest median household income. How is that possible? How come they don't complain and feel
So you can just tell, look at this lady, that she's like, oh no. And she tells this kid to call me mama at some point. And then there's this one. Wait. She could have gone with selection bias in immigration, how Nigerian immigrants have also significantly higher medium incomes compared to African American average Americans. And she could have accessed better arguments. Yeah, selection bias works both ways. And then this guy, I like this guy. This guy's good.
So why is that fair for people who never had slaves, who fought against slavery, to have to pay for people that had slaves?
One, from my understanding, you are more interested in preserving the fairness of those who didn't have slaves than the fairness of those who are the descendants of slaves. That is priority to you than finding a fair way to accommodate those who have been the descendant of slaves.
Well, our ancestors wasn't asking for handouts. They were asking for equal opportunity. And we have equal opportunity in this country. We had a black president, just in case you didn't know. We had a black president and we had a black vice president. I mean, I think she was black. They said she was black. I don't know. So we had a black president, and you know who voted for that black man? White people. Because you can't win a popular election in this country without white people. So Barack Obama is the product of white people. So let's get off this thing where, oh, America is so racist. What's making America so racist is people that continue to talk about racism and continue to focus on racism instead of focusing on unity and bringing our country forward. People that have this liberal mindset are infecting our communities, black people, and making us victims and not victims.
Wow, look at all these people that seem to agree with this guy. Huh. This was the Jubilee saying that
Harriet Tubman was literally saving her family and others from.
Harriet Tubman rescued 60 people, but she couldn't have did it without the help of white people. Received help from free and enslaved African Americans and whites, including the Quakers. Yeah, she couldn't have done it without the Quakers.
White people.
You know who helped her?
They run the Underground Railroad.
You know who helped her?
Come on in.
No, you know who helped her?
God and
people who benefit from white supremacy. One of the things
So the people who helped Harriet Tubman are the benefits of white supremacy. So this circular thing where white supremacy was the reason that people helped Harriet Tubman. I don't get it, man. Yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it.
No, sir, that's simply not true. If that were not the case, then we wouldn't see the continued effort of colonialism and white people placing themselves in positions of power when they do not have the power.
White people placing themselves in a position of power. See how she says that? Wow.
Stop. None of this is going to work if y'all are just going to sit here and make up shit.
Nothing's going to work if people are going to actually conquer me with facts and not let me. She's the only one making up shit.
Not going to work. No, it's a big has to be in facts.
You're putting off emotional liberalism.
I'm not putting off emotional liberalism. You're putting off.
Your emotional liberalism. This is great.
Actively wants to harm black people and non-Jewish people. But let me bring it back. Let me
bring it back because I don't like that argument because you say the people who are actively trying to hurt the black community.
You didn't make your point. You haven't made your point. And let me just tell you about your point.
Let me tell you about your point. Okay. But see, this is ridiculousness. All right. And then this story, which is something that I want to talk about. We need another Thomas Sowell, definitely. Congratulations to the newest CDL drivers out of California who completed the certification without even speaking English or being citizens. Check it out.
ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਬਾਈ ਤੇ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਵੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਅੰਕਲ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਮਝਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਮਜ਼ਾਕ 'ਚ ਸਮਝਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਵਧੀਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੋਈ ਦਿਹਾੜੀ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਆਪਣਾ ਪਾਸ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਹੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੌਖੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਿੱਖਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਅੰਕਲ ਨਾਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਸੰਪਰਕ ਕਰੋ ਫਸਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਜੀ ਪਾਸ ਕਰਾ ਦੇਈਏ ਅੰਕਲ ਨੇ ਅੰਕਲ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਹੈ ਬਈ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਚ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
They finally figured out a way to destroy the rest of the country. They're professionals. See, this is why it matters. This is why it matters. And this is why, like Charlie Kirk's going to say right here, this is why he disagrees when people say we should just allow California and New York to fall into the hell of their own making. What happens in California doesn't stay in California. Illegals can drive 18-wheelers across the country and kill Americans in every state. That right there is the problem. Be on the lookout soon for you to be driving down the highway and one of these guys to make a left turn from the right lane in front of you to turn around on the highway and kill you, like happened a couple weeks ago in Florida when the person from California that got a license like this crookedly kills you because they don't speak English, they don't read English, they don't understand the laws, and they shouldn't even be in the country. The driver's license given to deadly illegal immigrant truckers show how blue states undermine border security. There's the accident there. Blue states keep finding new ways to undermine the federal government's crackdown on illegal immigration. Sanctuary states like California and sanctuary cities like Chicago try their best to embed illegal aliens into society to increase the incentives to come here illegally and to reduce the incentives to self-deport. Some are expensive, like giving them Medicaid, and others, like giving driver's license, cost way less. Yeah. The camel's nose gets in the tent, but if you let the whole head in, it's a problem. But point is the same way. Amnesty by the thousand cuts. Anti-border politicians seek to normalize illegal immigration and present the American people with a fait accompli. They've lived here for many years. We can't deport them now. Perhaps the most important way states undermine federal immigration control efforts is by issuing driver's licenses to illegal aliens. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this lady, the Rhode Island prosecutor lady, was crazy funny. The illegal alien truck driver with a California commercial license who recently caused the deaths of 3 people in Florida has garnered a lot of attention, and prison, followed by deportation, should be his lot. Who does a U-turn with an Indian guy who doesn't speak English? You can't get by in a modern society without ID. A government-issued photo ID is necessary for all kinds of ordinary activities: cashing a check, getting a job, renting a house, opening a bank account, a prescription, buying a beer, but not voting. They don't want you to have an ID to vote. That's strange, isn't it? The Democrats want to give all the illegals IDs, but then they don't want people to have ID to vote. Seems odd. Seems weird. Seems strange. If migrants can't get legitimate IDs, they'll seek out fake or stolen ones, significantly increasing the risk of arrest, deportation, or even prison. If such a policy were applied nationwide, it would be less appealing to come here illegally, more appealing for those to leave that are here already, and easier for immigration authorities to do their jobs. But unlike a lot of countries, we don't have a national ID card that we could deny to illegal aliens. Instead, we mainly rely on states to issue driver's licenses and other stuff. Yes, and it's causing a massive increase in insurance rates. That means blue states have it within their power to subvert immigration law and help illegals embed in their communities by issuing them driver's licenses. That's exactly what 19 states, all blue except for Utah, which Utah is really fucked. And DC and Puerto Rico have done. They take the form of driver's privilege cards that don't meet the standards of Federal Real ID Act, but are perfectly usable for many purposes. As important as licenses are, there are other ways blue states are normalizing illegal immigration. For instance, many states provide Medicaid services to illegal aliens, making it still easier to stay here. It was recently reported that as much of the growth in New York's emergency Medicaid program has come from illegal aliens. The total cost of the program for all users was more than $600 million last year. I'm surprised it's not billions. Along the same line, Governor J.B. Pritzker, the fat slob, recently signed legislation guaranteeing access to student financial aid to illegal aliens. Costs aside, the point here is to erase the line between legal and illegal aliens and to make it easier for illegals to stay and harder for federal authorities to make them leave. The de facto amnesty strategy is like a mosaic. Each shiny piece is presented as a harmless or even beneficial. The roads will be safer if illegals have licenses. What? No. Talented youth will be able to go to college. Put the pieces together, and what you get is amnesty for all signs, followed by parentheses, whether American people like it or not. Mm-hmm. That's what's going on, people. That's what's happening. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Mm-hmm. And here's this. It says CDL life. It's Homeland Security calls California's granting of CDL to illegal immigrant U-turn crash asinine. Mm-hmm. U.S. Department of Homeland Security is calling the One California policy asinine after it led to issuing of a commercial driver's license to an illegal immigrant who recently caused a fatal crash. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. I'm looking for something here. Okay. the issue of commercial driver's license. Discuss this with other truckers and find out what the deal is. Since then, investigations revealed that Singh entered the country illegally in 2018. Mm-hmm. Sorry. They should. Since the investigation revealed that 19 states issue licenses without consideration of immigration status, in light of the situation, Secretary of State for Public Affairs has spoken out against the policies. Innocent people were killed because Florida because Gavin Newsom's California issued an illegal alien a commercial driver's license. This state of governance is asinine. Mm-hmm. How many innocent people must die before they stop playing games with American safety? This is crazy. Singh's in custody on 3 counts of vehicular homicide. ICE issued a detainer. Mm. I guess I'll do that. That's all right. All right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, mm-hmm. I want to thank everybody who was here. Please remember to hit the like and subscribe. And I'll see you all Thursday night for another show. And come on back for Jim to tell you the news.